Ladies and gentlemen, I love the energy in the room. It's that Hong Kong energy that you've come here for, but I am going to have to ask you to take your seats. Thank you very much for joining us. Make your way to your tables if they're on the far side, the near side, and sit yourselves down. We are going to begin the official proceedings in just a moment. Thank you very much. And good morning, 조선,大家好, ni hao. 안녕하세요, konnichiwa, bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, hola, willkommen of Hong Kong. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Global Financial Leaders Investment Summit in Hong Kong. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. You have arrived. I am Andrew Work. Thank you. I am Andrew Work, and on behalf of your host, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, I would like to tell you how thrilled we are to have you all here in Hong Kong, ready for action, taking your seats as the case may be. Ladies and gentlemen, more than ever, we are all living with complexity, the theme of this year's summit. The issues that we face include economic and inflationary uncertainty, climate change, technological revolution, geopolitical tensions, and even increasing trade protectionism. All these issues are in the mix. They are making our lives more complex. They are complicating our decision-making in business and even personal matters. But you are the leaders of industry that will make sense of the complexity so you can lead your organizations to perform at an excelled level so you can serve your communities and your stakeholders. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are living with this complexity, but you are going to make the future happen. We have gathered here today at this summit to provide a forum where you can have an exchange of views and experiences, where you can discuss how to seize opportunities and how you can chart a course to the future. We are going to be making that happen here at today's summit. It is going to happen in 2 languages, in English and Putonghua, Mandarin Chinese. And for those of you that are not perfectly bilingual in both languages, you do have simultaneous interpretation devices on your table. And then you will be prepared for the action here at this summit, which will begin today with welcoming remarks from your host, the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Eddie Yu.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Global Financial Leaders Investment Summit. And in particular, for all our friends and partners who come from all over the world, a special welcome to you back to Hong Kong. And I hope that apart from the very stimulating discussion that you'll be having and hearing this morning, you can also take some time out to just see and feel Hong Kong. Just feel the energy, the vibrancy, and the dynamism of this great city. And I hope you will all enjoy it. For those of you who actually came to the summit last year, that was actually a very special one. It marked the beginning of the reopening of Hong Kong, and now we're in full swing. It's all business as usual, and we're actually really have a lot of vibrancy here. Last year, when we talked about in the conference, the theme was navigating beyond uncertainties. If you look back to last year, the pandemic was still there. We're still uncertain about where interest rates will go. The path is uncertain. Of course, at that time, we really hoped that we can just put the pandemic behind us, and then we can really just forget about all these uncertainties. And come this year, yes, the pandemic is already behind us, but whether you like it or not, a more sober realization is that the complexities, the uncertainties, is likely to remain with us. Whether you're talking about the interest rate path, the higher for longer interest rates around the world, how that will impact on the global economy, and also the various developments in technology and ESG, how that will impact your organization in terms of how you deliver your services to your clients. But rather than running away from all these complexities or just wishfully hoping that, hey, they will just go away, let's live in the same way as we did in the last few decades, we believe that we have to live with that complexity. But don't get me wrong, it's not all negative or gloom and doom. Quite the contrary, living with the complexity means that we have to learn how to make the best out of the challenges and also to grow our institution in spite of them, even better because of them. After all, financial institutions are here to manage complexity and risk, and also to look for opportunities even in the middle of challenges. And speaking of this point, our own experience, the experience of the HKMA and probably Hong Kong more broadly, is by itself a tale of not really just living with complexity, but we live through different complexities. This year, we're celebrating our 30th anniversary. It's our birthday party, and thanks very much to you all for coming here. And while we're relatively young as a central banking institution, we have not been spared of very complex challenges as we grow up. On top of the usual monetary and economic cycles, plus the longer-term dynamics like technology that I just mentioned, we also need to deal with different crises that tend to pop up from time to time and gather pace in quite rapidly. And just 4 years after the establishment of the HKMA in 1993, we had to deal with the Asian financial crisis. And in fact, over the last 3 decades, as I mentioned last night, we handled 2 major financial crises, one regional and one global, two major virus outbreaks which severely affected our everyday life, not just COVID, but also SARS in 2003. And then there are many other episodes, including various challenges that we faced in the last few years. And in this journey, through all the complexities, the HKMA matured as an organization, while Hong Kong grew to become, and also not only become a global financial center, but become a stronger global financial center. And along the way, the HKMA has worked very closely together with all the partners and friends, and including all of you in this room. And in order that we can tackle the challenges and also to create new opportunities together, you have all contributed to the development of the HKMA and Hong Kong as a financial center over many years. And we will have to count on your support in the years ahead. And on this note, let's get the summit started. We look forward to very insightful discussions today, and I hope that you will all have a fulfilling time of sharing and reflection. And to start the summit, we are especially pleased and honored today to have Mr. He Lifeng, the Vice Premier of the People's Republic of China, to deliver a keynote address to us through pre-recorded speech. So thank you very much, and let's watch. Thank you.
尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好。在香港国际金融领袖投资峰会召开之际，受李强总理委托，我对香港特别行政区政府举办此次盛会表示热烈祝贺，对各位嘉宾的参会表示诚挚欢迎。习近平主席高度重视香港的发展，表示我的心和中央政府的心始终同香港同胞在一起。习近平主席在庆祝香港回归25周年大会上庄严宣告，一国两制这样的好制度没有任何理由改变，必须长期坚持。中央政府完全支持香港长期保持独特地位和优势，巩固国际金融、航运、贸易中心地位。去年的此时，香港成功举办了首届国际金融领袖投资峰会，吸引了全球200多位金融业界的精英欢聚一堂，证明和凸显了香港国际金融中心的特殊地位和显著的优势，取得了超乎预期的良好效果。当前，世界100年未有之大变局在加速演进，如何适应复杂环境并从中寻找发展的机遇，是摆在大家面前的重大课题。本届峰会以驾驭复杂的环境为主题，契合当前的形势和各方的关切，具有很强的针对性和现实意义。女士们、先生们、朋友们，习近平主席指出，金融是国之大者，是国民经济的血脉，金融业是香港的支柱产业，国际金融中心是香港的金字招牌。香港凭借背靠祖国、连通世界的独特优势，抓住全球经济浪潮中的机遇，从出口香料的小岛逐渐发展成为举世闻名的国际金融中心。维多利亚港湾发生了翻天覆地的变化。回归祖国以来，在中央政府的大力支持下，在特别行政区政府和业界精英的共同努力下，香港历经亚洲金融风暴、国际金融危机和新冠疫情等风风雨雨，金融业国际竞争力和全球影响力日夜展现出强大韧性与活力，实现了跨越式发展，国际金融中心地位更加稳固，也对国家发展做出了重要而独特的贡献。作为内地最大的外资来源地和对外投资目的地，香港是内地企业境外投融资的首选通道，是国家金融市场对外开放的试验田，是推进 粤港澳大湾区建设高质量共建“一带一路”的重要平台，也是人民币国际化的重要基地和加强国际金融合作的重要抓手。展望未来，香港必将在融入国家发展大局的过程中，继续实现自身更大更好的发展。香港国际金融中心必将更加熠熠生辉，充满活力。女士们、先生们、朋友们，中国共产党第20次全国代表大会擘画了全面建设社会主义现代化国家的宏伟蓝图，描绘了香港长期繁荣稳定的美好未来。希望香港充分发挥优势和特点，巩固提升在国际金融领域的地位，深化同各国各地区更加开放、更加密切的交往合作，更好融入国家发展大局，在以中国式现代化全面推进中华民族伟大复兴的历史进程中做出更大的贡献。借此机会，我提3点建议：第一，着力加强自身建设，进一步提升影响力。香港有完备高效的金融基础设施，有开放多元、监管适度、交易活跃的金融市场体系，还有连接中国内地与纽约、伦敦等国际金融中心的市场优势。我们支持香港在促进跨境贸易投资便利化、扩大金融业对外开放等方面先行先试，持续完善、优化内地和香港金融互联互通机制，进一步畅通投融资渠道，强化离岸人民币业务的枢纽功能，增强国际资产管理中心的功能，打造亚太区域金融科技枢纽和亚洲绿色金融中心，不断完善和提升香港国际金融中心的功能。第二，继续保持国际化的特色，进一步拓展朋友圈。香港以自由开放、规范的营商环境、简洁的税收制度、与国际接轨的普通法制度、中西文化汇聚的优势和广泛的国际商业网络，赢得了国际投资者的信任和赞誉。我们支持香港保持国际化特色，更好发挥国际金融中心的资金融通功能，积极参与区域合作，加强与全球金融业界的业务往来，开拓东盟、中东等市场，服务共建“一带一路”高质量发展，在国际舞台上讲好中国故事、香港故事。第三，主动适应市场变化，进一步融入国家发展大局。中国是世界第2大经济体，经济的增量、全球占比最高，因此中国的发展本身具有世界意义。今年以来，中国经济运行总体回升向好，预计全年能够实现预期经济增长目标，必将为全球经济复苏注入新的正能量。香港一直是连接祖国内地同世界各地的重要桥梁和纽带，今后可以更好地发挥国际金融中心的独特优势，积极融入国家发展大局，参与粤港澳大湾区的建设，并且在参与国家发展和现代化建设中进一步发展壮大自身的实力。女士们、先生们、朋友们，我们正在认真贯彻新发展理念，构建新发展格局，推动高质量发展，奋力谱写中国式现代化新篇章。这必将为香港发展创造新的历史机遇。刚刚结束的中央金融工作会议强调，要巩固提升香港国际金融中心地位，加大对香港建设离岸人民币业务枢纽的支持力度，优化拓展内地与香港金融市场互联互通，通过香港吸引和撬动更多的国际资本参与内地建设。这既是中央政府对香港国际金融中心地位的高度肯定，也是对香港开创金融高质量发展新局面、实现新飞跃寄予的厚望。 希望香港金融界抓住机遇，开拓进取，推动香港国际金融中心不断迈上新的台阶。香港国际金融领袖投资峰会是向国际社会展示中国魅力和香港魅力的重要平台，也是国际金融机构和投资人深入了解香港和内地市场的重要机遇。今天在座的都是来自全球顶尖金融机构的业界领袖，希望各位畅所欲言，深入交流，分享真知灼见，碰撞思想火花，为应对复杂多变的全球宏观形势提供新的启示、新的方案。我们热诚地欢迎各位扎根香港市场，积极参与中国高质量发展和现代化建设，共同探索全球金融合作与发展的新机遇。预祝香港国际金融领袖投资峰会圆满成功，祝愿香港国际金融中心越来越好，香港的明天更美好。谢谢大家。
And thank you very much. Very fortunate to have these comments from He Lifeng, the Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China. And from a little bit closer to Hong Kong, we are now going to welcome a very special guest to the stage. He is the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. John K.C. Lee.
As in Hong Kong, an enjoyable and productive place to be in. Honorable Vice Premier He Lifeng, Deputy Governor Zhang Qingsong of People's Bank of China, Vice Minister Cao Yuanqi of the National Financial Regulatory Administration, Vice Chairman Wang Jianjun of China's Securities Regulatory Commission, Deputy Director Yin Zhonghua of the Central People's Government's Liaison Office in Hong Kong, Acting Commissioner Li Yongsheng for the MFA Office in Hong Kong, Mr. Eddie Yu, Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, distinguished guests from around the world, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Welcome to the Global Financial Leaders Investment Summit, the second edition. As some of you will recall, I called last year the inauguration edition of the Hong Kong On Stage Again Summit. Well, a year later, and Hong Kong is not merely on stage. We are at the center of the world stage, creating opportunities for a world of business, finance, and investment. That is why you are here. Some 300 decision makers from all over the world, including more than 90 group chairpersons and CEOs from prominent financial institutions. Some of you also have a long-standing business presence here, and you want to build on that business, expand your operations in Hong Kong, in the mainland of China, and throughout Asia. That is what this summit is all about, and that is why you can see the flourishing future of Hong Kong, one that is made possible thanks to the city's own strengths and to the fact that it connects the world with the mainland of China. Because simply put, Hong Kong means prosperity. 4 years ago, Hong Kong was hit by riots and violence. This was then followed by years of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now we have put an end to the riots, and stability has returned, and we have emerged from the pandemic. Businesses can plan ahead, so too can investors. In the past 2 years, initial public offering funds raised here reached nearly $85 billion. Our asset and wealth management business at the end of 2022 reached just under $4 trillion, higher than our 2019 total. We are also Asia's hedge fund hub and the region's second largest private equity center. In short, the global financial community believes in Hong Kong, in the long-term promise of Hong Kong. That's why this year's Hong Kong FinTech Week, which ended just 2 days ago, attracted some 30,000 financial professionals in person and online from more than 90 economies. It was a successful and very popular event. Yes, Hong Kong is back in business, but like the rest of the world, we are living with complexity, the resonating theme of this year's summit. The world today is more complex and challenging than ever. Certainly, the low inflation, low interest rate environment of the past decade seems completely behind us now, replaced by a macro environment dominated by higher rates. That in turn has dampened demand for exports, widely blunting economic growth, and geopolitical risks continue to proliferate, squeezing international trade and complicating global supply chains. Hong Kong, a free and open economy, is hardly immune to global economic headwinds. What distinguishes and sustains Hong Kong is our one country, two systems framework. Through that guiding principle flows Hong Kong's common law system, the only such jurisdiction in China. As many of the major financial centers around the world practice common law, this commonality in our legal system creates more certainty and understanding for all. It adds to the unique strengths of Hong Kong as a leading international financial center. Together, one country, two systems, and the rule of law tell the world that Hong Kong is and will remain the gateway between the mainland and global markets, the conduit for the continuing flow of capital between Hong Kong, our country, and the world at large. In the World Bank Group's worldwide governance indicators, Hong Kong ranks third in Asia in the rule of law. And in this year's Rule of Law Index, published by the World Justice Project, Hong Kong placed 23rd out of 140 countries and jurisdictions. What does it mean? It means that we are in the top 20% in terms of the rule of law among all countries and jurisdictions sampled around the world. And this ranking, as you would notice, is ahead of some European countries and the US. Our Court of Final Appeal includes 11 overseas non-permanent judges. They come from the United Kingdom, Australia, and Canada. No other jurisdiction opens its judicial doors to others. I don't think it happens in your country, for example. This shows what? This shows how Hong Kong is fully transparent and open in this regard, and that we are both proud and confident in our judicial system. Hong Kong is also a center for international legal and dispute resolution services, ranked among the world's top 3 most preferred seats for arbitration. Numerous international legal and dispute resolution bodies are based in Hong Kong, including the Asia-Pacific Regional Office of the Hague Conference on Private International Law, the International Organization for Mediation Preparatory Office opened here earlier this year. The organization will be the first intergovernmental legal organization dedicated to offering mediation services for international dispute. Given these and other institutional safeguards, you can continue to place confidence in Hong Kong. Indeed, Hong Kong remains among the most competitive economies in the world. This year, ranked 7th globally by the International Institute for Management Development. Earlier this year, the International Monetary Fund reaffirmed Hong Kong's standing as an international financial center. The IMF recognized Hong Kong's robust institutional framework, substantial capital and liquidity buffers, high-quality financial regulation, and well-functioning linked exchange rate system. For the past 7 years, Hong Kong has been the largest center for arranging international bonds by Asian issuers. And we remained Asia's largest hub for green and sustainable bonds, capturing 35% of the market. We are committed as well to the growth of family offices in Hong Kong. Plans include encouraging at least 200 family offices to set up or expand their business in Hong Kong by 2025. A dynamic capital market is essential to our continuing success as an international financial center. To that end, I announced a number of measures to boost our stock market in my annual policy address 2 weeks ago. They include reducing stamp duty rates on stock transactions and reviewing the stock trading spread and fee structure of real-time data services. As for GEM, which is our second stock market board, we will streamline transfers to the main board, adding a new listing route for R&D companies and reducing compliance obligations for issuers. And Hong Kong Exchange will promote Hong Kong's listing platform to overseas issuers, including those in the ASEAN and Middle East markets. The goal is attracting more corporations to raise capital here, and in doing so, diversify Hong Kong's issue mix. We are also implementing the Capital Investment Entrance Scheme to attract capital from abroad and strengthen the development of our asset and wealth management business, financial services, and related professional services. Over the past year, I have led high-profile business missions to the Middle East and to Southeast Asia. Our trade with ASEAN countries continues to grow, soaring almost 40% since the signing of the free trade agreement between ASEAN and Hong Kong in 2017. The 10 member states of ASEAN are also founding members of RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. And in my meetings with the ASEAN government leaders, they all reaffirmed their support of Hong Kong's accession to RCEP, the world's largest FTA. We continue as well to deepen our economic and financial ties with the mainland, and in particular with the Greater Bay Area. You'll hear a great deal more about it and the far-reaching opportunities there for you at today's summit and tomorrow's investment forum. But alongside the business of financing and investment, make time too for the business of pleasure. You'll find it everywhere you turn in Hong Kong, Asia's global city. Arts, culture, entertainment, and fun city. My thanks and my congratulations to the main organizer of this year's summit, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, which turned 30 this year. A very good year, as I recall. I wish you all a rewarding summit, a memorable stay in Hong Kong, and the best of business, finance, and investment in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for joining us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into our panels that we're going to have for you today. For those of you that earlier reached for the simultaneous interpretation devices, now is the time to do so again. You're going to have another chance to put those earphones on. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think many people in the room know that Hong Kong, for decades, even centuries, has been considered a gateway to China. And of course, many of you are here because you are interested in the economic outlook and the policies that are going to be driving China into the future. And so today, we are extremely fortunate that we have senior representation from China's leading financial regulatory bodies to join us today in conversation, both here on stage and later in the room, if you like. We're going to have a panel today that is going to be led by your host, the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Eddie Yu is going to be joining us. We'll bring Eddie up here as I introduce the rest of the panel. He is going to be joined on stage today. Come on, Eddie, don't be shy. Here he comes. There we go. He is going to be joined on stage today by Mr. Xiao Yuan Qi, who is the Vice Minister of the National Financial Regulatory Administration. Please join us. We are also going to have with us Mr. Wang Jianjun, who is the Vice Chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission, and as well, of course, oh yes, please come and join us, gentlemen, as we call them. Thank you very much. Mr. Zhang Qinsong, who is the Deputy Governor of the People's Bank of China. Ladies and gentlemen, they are on their way to the stage. Let's give them a warm welcome, please.
All right, we are going to start today's session with an area that I think is on the top of your mind, which is where China's economy is going, where are the risks, should we be worried about the property sector or the local government debt, where are the opportunities, what's the current state of the opening up of the capital markets, the reforms there, or whether we can find opportunities in new trends like the new energy or electric vehicle areas. So we are really honored and fortunate today to have three senior officials from the three mainland financial regulators to join us to talk about the China's state of economy. And I will just go straight because I think today's rundown is a bit tight. So I'll just go straight to Deputy Governor Zhang. Around the room, when I talk to people, there's quite a bit of concern about where the China's economy is going, whether the recovery has been slower than expected, and some people are a little worried about whether there are risks in the property sector or in local government debt or even in the regulation of the technology sector. But they also see opportunities. So I think it's a great opportunity for you to tell us from the PBOC's perspective how you see the economy, where do you see the risk, and the measures taken so far, are they effective in dealing with all these risks? Deputy Governor Zhang.
Thank you so much, Eddie. I have a prepared speech. I will answer your question in paper. Honorable Chief Executive John Lee, distinguished guests, good morning, everybody. It's given me a great pleasure to attend this business summit. As Eddie mentioned just now, global investors have some concerns about Chinese economy, including the pace of economic recovery, problems with property markets, and local government debts. You may ask me, are you worried? No, not always, not too much. My evaluation of economic performance are placed in the long-run framework. If the short-term economic indicators have not significantly deviated from the long-term trend, I prefer to leave market forces to play their roles and do policy adjustments if necessary. First, about China's macroeconomic trend. From the long-term perspective, the fundamentals of the Chinese economy remain stable and promising. The working-age population in China has exceeded 900 million, with an average schooling of 11 years. Among them, 240 got their higher education, and 70 million are engineers. Our investment in R&D is growing very fast, exceeding 3 trillion yuan in last year, ranking the second in the world. All this kind of development, I believe, will lay a solid foundation for China's long-term high-quality growth. Moreover, China has fine-designed comprehensive economic and social development program for each year, for every 5 years, and even for 2 or 3 decades. All important factors, including land use, capital formation, labor productivity, international trade and flows, technological advance, green transition, etc., are taken into consideration in these programs. These programs serve as a source of guidance for all levels of governments, businesses, and individuals when they make decisions. Looking back upon China's economic and social development over the last 40-plus years, we may gain confidence by the very fact that all important goals China set for itself have been achieved despite very complex internal and external environment. Thanks to reform and opening up, China has been able to tap its comparative advantages, such as lower labor costs and relatively abundant natural resources. It has gone a long way towards urbanization and industrialization and grown into the second largest economy in the world. But today, these traditional drivers are losing steam, and the old development model relying heavily on infrastructure investment and the real estate sector is no longer sustainable. That is why we must shift to a new approach to promote innovative, coordinated, green, open, and inclusive development. Such as the paradigm shift is bound to be difficult. But whatever difficult it is a challenge we must face and overcome. This year, Chinese economy is facing some pressure and challenges after 3 years of pandemic. But in general, the economy is resilient and dynamic, especially in the third quarter. As the positive factors have been on the rise, the economy recovery picked up notably, and growth momentum further strengthened. In the first 3 quarters of this year, it grew by 5.2%. People's income has been rising, with the real disposable income per capita gaining 5.9% year-on-year, leading to greater people's purchasing power. Consumption-centered growth models are further gaining momentum. China's export has remained close to its historical high in recent years, and the current account surplus has been in the region of 2% of GDP. The structure of exports has improved too. In the first half of the year, exports of new products, such as electric vehicles, lithium batteries, and solar cells, all grew by 60%. China is expected to be the largest auto exporter this year. In addition, our macroeconomic policies are designed to take off both short-term and long-term needs. On the monetary front, since the beginning of the year, we have adopted a policy mix to support the economy, including cutting interest rates to a historical low for companies and individuals, optimizing the credit policy for first-time home buyers and mortgage holders, and ruling out many measures to mitigate the risk of local government debt. On the fiscal front, we have raised the deficit ratio not long time ago, issued additional central government bonds, special local government bonds, and refinancing bonds, and provided VAT refunds and tax incentives. Second, about the local government debt issue. We all believe that the overall debt level of a Chinese government is in the middle to lower range by international standards. According to the BIS, as of the first quarter of this year, Chinese government's leverage ratio stood at 79.4%, lower than many advanced economies. Compared with the limited debt burden of the central government, local governments have different stories. I believe local government debt is a structural issue, as most debts are issued by governments in eastern and central provinces, where the size and the growth of economic output outperform others. That means they have strong ability to serve their debts. We can tighten accountability so that local governments in these regions can solve their debt issue on their own. Few provinces may face some pressures in servicing their debt, but most of their debts are backed by physical assets. The central government has mapped up a package of plans to handle local government debt issue in a market-oriented and a law-based manner. While addressing short-term issues, we aim to build a long-term mechanism. We believe with the implementation of targeted policies, the risk of some local government debt will gradually recede. Third, about the property market. Over the last 2 decades, China's property market has kept expanding. The per capita floor space has risen from 22.8 square meters in year 2000 to nearly 42 in the year 2022, close to that in advanced economies. Like in other industries, the rapid growth of the property sector cannot be sustained. At the same time, the supply and demand will experience a major shift, and some correction may follow. This is the natural selection and market clearing process. Having said that, we also needed to carefully manage its pace to avoid sharp downturns and unintended consequences. We have rolled out many policy measures this year to stabilize the property markets. In the long run, China has much room for urbanization. Each year, there are about 10 million rural residents migrating to and settling down in cities, which will continue to show up housing demand. Besides, as most residents are now living in small and medium-sized flats, the potential demand for larger rooms remains strong. In addition, we are now carrying out three major projects, namely constructing dual-purpose facilities in metropolis, speeding up renovations in big cities, and building more rental homes. These measures, we believe, will promote an even healthier property market in the future. Therefore, we are quite confident or quite optimistic about the future of China's property market. These are my points, my observations. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Governor Zhang, for providing a very useful perspective on the various issues that I think are on top of the minds of many global investors. Let me now turn to Vice Minister Shao. Earlier in the year, we've seen quite a few episodes in some overseas jurisdictions about the problems in small and medium-sized banks, especially in the management of the interest rate risk. And what lessons do you draw from these incidents for the small and medium-sized banks in China? Are you worried about some of these banks? So what's your take on it?
I prefer to sit here, not stand. Okay. Thank you very much for the question, Eddie. And actually, this is my question for you. The banking turmoil starting early this year in some countries is one of the key concerns among the international banking community, you know. I remember last March I participated in a conference also hosted by Hong Kong Monetary Authority last March for the international supervisors. At that time, everybody participating in that conference is very worried and very depressed because they worry another global banking crisis. But today, everybody in this room seems very happy because another global banking crisis has been successfully avoided. I think this is largely due to the quick response and the actions taken by relevant authorities. There are a lot of discussions about the lessons, as you mentioned. what the lessons we can learn from this banking crisis globally. A lot of such discussions, I believe everybody here can have your own thoughts. But for me, I would like to share some of my thoughts. I think the first one is the bank's business model should be more adjustable, more adaptable to the changing outside business environment. Because we have seen that in the last decades, 2 or 3 decades, in many countries, we have seen a very low inflation rate, very low interest rate, easy access to finance, easy money, the so-called easy money. Most businesses, including the banks, their business model has been built up under this external environment. But in 2022, this has changed. In many countries, the monetary policy, the interest rate policy has changed actually it's a U-turn in a very short time. I don't think for any businesses they can survive under this sudden changes, although most of them managed to cope with the situation. But some of tried to, but still failed. I think the business model should be working effectively, not only under the normal situation, but also in the stressful, sometimes extreme situation. Otherwise, nobody can guarantee you can survive under stressful situation, because for banks, particularly small banks, they do not know what will happen for the outside business environment, including the policies. What they can only do is to enhance the business model, to make the model more flexible to the outside changes. The second one is the liquidity management for our banks. This is particularly important for small banks, because small banks have less capital base, less resources to weather the crisis, the outside deterioration for them. I remember in 2008 when the Northern Rock Bank suffered liquidity press. A lot of people are standing outside of the bank's building to take their money back, and a lot of police stand beside to keep it in order. But now things have changed. You cannot see the long line up in front of the bank's building, because people do not need to go to the banking account to get their money back. They can do so through the smartphone, through computers, to withdraw their money very quickly in a very short time. So for the banks, also the regulators, they need a very quick response, very quick decision making. But in the past, they have sufficient time to cope with that. But now, things have changed. So the quick response, quick cooperation, and the quick decision making, quick actions to take is the key to prevent a widespread liquidity crisis for the banks, particularly small banks. And the third one, I don't want to talk too much. The third one, also the last one, for small banks is the golden rule to control the concentration risk. Do not put all your eggs in one basket. It's the golden rule for small banks, because the small banks, if you too much rely on one or several large clients, it's very dangerous, sometimes even fatal for them, for the small banks, because if you have too much exposure to large customers, unlike the large banks, you have very, very limited resources to do so. So the best way for them is to diversify their funding resources and their credit portfolios.
And Vice Minister Sao, I thought for China, two main areas which are key engines for the growth of the economy are technological innovation and sustainable development. How do you think the banking industry in China can support these developments so that finance can support the real economic growth? And what's your take on this?
Yes, just as what you mentioned, the technology innovation and the sustainable development is the driving forces for the Chinese economic growth. I think for the banks, it's a huge potential market. I think it will expand the production possibility frontier for all the banking industries a lot. For banks, there actually is there are opportunities, but still we have a lot to do to boost these new growth engines. I think the first is for the strategy, the bank strategy. They should reassess, I think the board should reassess the strategies to have more elements in the strategy. Of course, the strategy, you cannot hang on the pictures on the wall. The strategy should be realistic and achievable. And also, the tone should be from the top and be well communicated within the institution as a whole to not only the senior managers, but also the staff of the whole banks can know what your strategy is and what your objective is, or what your vision is. The second is the banks should re-innovate their products and their services, because the new economies, the new sectors have very different business strategy, business model, and they have very different financial needs from the financial industries. So the banks should change their products so as to better serve the different, sometimes even unique financial needs for the technology startups and also green industries. Mr. Ho, Vice President Ho also mentioned about this. And the third one for the bank is to train their staffs to be more accommodative to this new development. As a supervisor, we are now introducing more ESG elements in our supervisory philosophy and methodologies, also our supervisory practices. For example, for the green lending and the green bond investment, they can enjoy more favorable capital treatment, low risk weight rating, and international cooperation between the regulators also is crucial. And we are now having a lot of cooperation with the other supervisors from different jurisdictions to take action together. And I think Hong Kong Monetary Authority will have made a lot of efforts to do so. You have so much experience, and we encourage Chinese banks to be more involved, more participative in this market here in Hong Kong. And here a lot of innovation, and you have already chaired a lot of. I think both you and Arthur have chaired a lot of sessions about green finance and to cope with the climate change. And the Chinese banks, insurance company can do more. because we also as this insurance supervisor, I found that the cooperation between banks and the insurance companies is also important, because in terms of the data accumulation, the insurance has a longer history of data warehouse to cope with the climate change. I think it's also very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Shao, and in particular for your support to the Hong Kong platform. Let me now turn to Mr. Wang. And we're going to use Putonghua, switch to the channel of Putonghua for now. 王安副主席，非常高兴你能过来我们今天的这个 summit。我们看见最近在内地推出的很多政策措施呢，都是以内地的资本市场为主。可是对于环球的投资者来讲，他们也非常关注，就是内地开放资本市场的方向、速度有没有改变。在这方面呢，你证监会有什么看法？对于进一步开放资本市场，又怎么去想这个问题？
谢谢余局长。为了这个体现咱们香港的多元性啊，我的英语也不好，我就用汉语讲。尊敬的特首，尊敬的各位来宾，我回答这个余局长这个问题啊，我体会啊，对外开放是我们国家的一项基本国策，这是我们国家经济腾飞、全面建成小康社会的法宝，也必然是我们强国建设、民主复兴的必由之路。我们内地的资本市场啊，本身就是改革开放的产物啊，并且一直靠着改革开放在不断的发展壮大啊，所以资本市场未来的改革开放啊，一定会和我们国家改革开放的大局一样，必然是会越来越开放，并且这些年呢，我们一直在推动我们内地资本市场的双向开放，成果也是非常的丰硕的。首先是在行业的开放上，我们已经实现了对机构外资持股取消这个比例的控制，并且我们说到做到。今年我们就新批了1家的外商独资的证券公司，批了3家外商独资的基金公司，批了2家的合资基金公司转为独资的，还批了1家的独资的期货公司。到目前为止，我们这个行业啊，外商独资或者控股的证券公司、基金公司已经达到了21家。合资的证券公司、基金公司达到了41家，并且还有不少的外商的机构啊在申请，我们也在呢依法合规的进行审批，在产品的开放上，这几年我们打通了中日、中新包括深港、沪港的 ETF 通，现在我们这个市场已经有20只的互通的 ETF 的产品，在跨境的投融资方面， 我们把原来的沪伦通的机制，在境内呢，拓展到了深交所，在境外呢，我们拓展到了德国和瑞士，现在我们已经有20多家的这个境内的公司通过这种新的机制发行了这个 GDR 并且我们3月份实施了新的境外上市的新规让内地的企业到境外上市的这个过程更加透明，结果呢也更加可预期为了保障这个开放的顺畅安全，我们加大了跟世界各国的监管合作。在 IOSCO 的这个框架下我们现在已经与70多个国家的和地区签订了双边的合作备忘录我们跟美国达成了审计监管合作协议，对吧？探索出了相互尊重、平等对待、专业合作的新路子特别是我们跟香港的各个监管机构，无论是从高层还是工作层面，都建立了非常密切的合作关系，并且我们不断地在深化拓展这种合作刚刚结束的中央金融工作会议明确提出要扩大金融领域的制度性开放，便利跨境的投融资，吸引更多的外资的金融机构和长期资本来华展业我们一定会落实好中央的决策部署进一步加强跟境外市场的互联互通落实好新的境外上市新规优化扣费制度吸引更多的境外机构到内地的资本市场展业我们也会积极地参与资本市场的国际治理，来不断地深化资本市场的制度性开放。在开放方面呢，我们的祖先在办市场的时候就有非常开放的那种胸怀。早在神农氏的时代，我们的祖先就提出日中为市，治天下之民，聚天下之货，交易而退，各得其所我们今天建设现代的资本市场，当然也有这样的追求我们会努力把我们的市场规则，特别是对外开放的制度，要搞得更加的健全，更加的完善我们要把市场的货要搞得多多的，要聚天下之货嘛，把市场的人搞得多多的，吸引天下的投资者我们要让世界各国的投资者愿意来，留得下还要能发展各位投资家、金融家无论从哪个角度看，刚才张行长还有肖局长把大家的担心都解决了。目前国内的市场充满了机遇， 搭上中国这班车，什么时候都不晚。成龙可以上天了。谢谢大家。
好，谢谢副主席，非常鼓舞啊！能听见你这个这么正面的去形容这个内地的资本市场开放。那从香港的角度来讲，我们是非常有兴趣听你一句话，就是证监会对于香港资本市场发展的支持以前是非常多，将来的方向又是怎么样呢？你会继续的这个支持内地企业来香港上市吗？
非常感谢。其实刚刚结束的中央金融工作会议啊，明确要求要巩固、提升香港金融中心的地位。刚才何副总理啊，在致辞当中也对香港金融中心的建设提出了殷切的希望。我们证监会在支持香港资本市场、支持香港国际金融中心的建设，义不容辞。实际上啊，我们跟香港资本市场之间的这个合作啊，一直都是非常紧密的。正是因为我们双方的这种亲密的合作、精诚的合作，促进了两地资本市场不断的发展。特别是近些年来，在我们双方的共同努力下，出台了一系列的措施，或者说创新，推动了香港市场的快速发展。比如说沪深港通，这是世界金融创新的精彩故事，也是资本市场践行“一国两制”的精彩故事并且这个故事呢，还在不断的演绎新的篇章，对吧？我们在优化它的交易结算安排，在不断的丰富它的投资的标的今年3月份我们又扩大了沪深港通的股票的标的。这次扩大之后，沪深港通对3所的市值覆盖率是大幅的提升的。现在对港交所的市值覆盖率是81%，对深交所的覆盖率呢是86%，对上交所的市值覆盖率呢是91%，你比如说，现在香港名副其实的成了中概股的主场现在有1400家的中概股在港交所上市，家数占了港交所的50%，这些企业的市值呢占了港交所的70%，交易量占了80%。今年3月份，我们落地了境外上市公司的新规。从3月份到10月份呢，我们备案了51家，有34家都是到香港来，是吧？所以说，内地企业到香港源源不断，对吧？还有我们双方在这个产品的合作，是吧？基金的合作，是吧？这些呢都非常的顺畅，尤其是我们还支持了香港推出了与 A 股相关的股指期货A50期货我们还支持内地的行业机构利用香港来走出去。现在内地有80家的证券、基金、期货机构在香港展业，并且把香港作为他们国际化的 根据地。就这些措施呢，都极大的增强了香港市场的活力，极大的增强了香港市场的国际竞争力啊。下一步啊，只要有利于香港资本市场的事情，有利于香港国际金融中心巩固和提升的事情，我们中国证监会都会全力以赴啊。首先，我们会落实好新的上市新规，让内地的企业更加便捷高效的来香港上市啊。第二呢，我们会进一步深化互联互通。前期大宗交易呢，纳入这个互通呢，我们双方都已经达成了共识啊。我们现在正在对技术规则和监管做出安排，等这些事协调好之后，我们会尽快的推出啊。还有人民币柜台股票，是吧？我们现在也正在研究，是吧？论证成型之后呢，我们也积极推动纳入啊，积极推动纳入。还有我们会根据市场的发展需要，在香港市场推出国债期货啊，和有关股指的期权啊，股指的期权。当然，在这个过程当中，我们会努力加强跟香港的监管上的合作，是吧？打击市场的违法违规，维护两地正常的市场秩序，保护好广大投资者的合法权益。香港啊，是东方之珠啊，正在由治及兴。我坚定地相信，经历过风雨的东方之珠，不仅会风采依然，而且一定会更加出彩。谢谢大家。
好，谢谢，非常感谢王副主席对我们香港的非常大的支持。那我们今天的这个session， I better turn back into English. Thanks very much to all our financial regulators for attending this session, and I'm sure that you all will be benefited from the perspective from our three regulators. So please join me in thanking all our speakers for this great session. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Eddie. Well done. Gentlemen, if you could take a moment to go center stage, and we'd love to get a photo of you, Eddie, before you go. Gentlemen, we do not want to miss a chance for the photo. While they make their exit, I do have to announce another exit. We've been very fortunate to have the chief executive of the Hong Kong SAR with us today. He needs to make an exit of his own to attend to the governance of the Special Administrative Region. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for John Lee. Thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And 谢谢你. Whoa. Quick exits from the stage from our regulators. Thank you. We like that. Moving in a hurry. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving right along. Now, this past couple of years have seen no shortage of turmoil in the financial world. I think we're all very well aware of that in this room. So fortunately, our next panel is stacked with leaders. Leaders who have not only charted a course through stormy waters, but they have brought their ships to safe harbor and seized opportunities along the way. We are going to have this panel helmed by none other than Arthur Yun, the Deputy Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. And on this super stacked panel, we would like to welcome Mr. James Gorman, the Chairman and CEO of Morgan Stanley, Colm Kelleher, the chairman of UBS Group. We are also going to welcome to the stage Mr. Bob Prince, the co-CIO of Bridgewater Associates, and to round it out, Christian Suing, the CEO of Deutsche Bank. Gentlemen, please run, don't walk. Let's get you on stage and ready for action. Now, Arthur is going to be reachable by you. On your tables, there are documents with QR codes. You'll see the QR codes, and what you can do is scan the QR code. That will take you to a page where you can put a question that will go to our offstage moderators, and then right here to our main man, Arthur Yuan. So if you would like to get a question in, the QR codes are on the table and ready for action, as are Arthur Yuan and our panelists. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's so good to see all of you here. So many familiar faces. Thanks for coming back to Hong Kong. And we have 4 very distinguished panelists. I don't think they need any introduction, although the MC has introduced them. But gentlemen, we have been given a very direct topic for this session. We are asking you to look into the crystal ball and tell the audience what you think the next crisis will look like. Now, if I put that questions directly to you, I think we can finish this panel in 5 minutes. But being a banking supervisor and having some senior bankers on stage, certainly I wouldn't let you off stage or off the hook that easily. So what I suggest doing is I'll put the questions to all of you individually to talk about what you think the market dynamics, how the market dynamics are changing. And on that, we do have a very convenient starting point. That earlier in the year, in March, April, we have actually seen a round of banking instability around the world. And that provided a convenient starting point for some of these discussions. So what I would do is I hope you can share with us your take on how you think what we have seen back in March, April are indicating changes in market dynamics and how those changes are shaping the vulnerabilities in the markets so that when the next crisis hit us, we can get better prepared. So talking about March, April, if I may start off the session by putting the first questions to Christian. I hope you don't mind me starting with you. Back in March, April, indeed for a short period, you and your bank has experienced changes in market dynamics in the form of the impact of social media. I just wonder whether you can quickly take us through how you actually managed to change the narrative around that quickly, around that time, and do you think social media impact on market dynamics are really something that we should really watch out for more closely going forward in terms of vulnerability assessment?
Yeah, thank you very much, and first of all, thank you for the invitation. Look, it's certainly a situation one does not like to have, but on the other hand, I'm coming from the sports. That's where you are practicing and training for, and I think that's why you're doing all the simulation and stress testing, which is obviously also a key demand from all of our regulators. In essence, I think the way we dealt with this was, I'm always calling it's 4 items. You know, it's all about an adequate, robust capital position, sufficient liquidity, and when it comes to sufficient liquidity, I think it's in particular based on a broad and diversified deposit base. And last but not least, it's all about sustainable profitability. And this was all what we tried to do over the last 5 years in turning around Deutsche Bank. And with that, what we did over the last 5 years when transforming this bank into a sustainable, profitable institution, Arthur, I was always convinced that this, in my view, unjustified market attack, and you know, most of the people know how it was built up on a Thursday night, that people who are smart and look into that get the deal and know how robust this bank is. In particular, if you look at the capital, liquidity, the broad deposits, and the sustainable profitability of the bank. And this is exactly what then happened on the Friday morning, that analysts, rating agencies came out with factual reports, and with that calmed down the market. And what I learned on top of that is, obviously, it's all about the monitoring of your own liquidity and deposits. You need to be very close to it. And you need to be close to your clients and close to your own people. We, on purpose, decided at Deutsche Bank not to do any public statements. I think in in a situation with social media and like that, that could have even worsened the situation because we had the inner confidence that we are close enough to our clients to deal with that. And at the end of the day, I think the 4 items I just described really made the trick that that situation calmed down after 36 hours.
Yeah, thanks, Christian. So what you're saying is that, first of all, we need to have a good story to tell, and then you have to manage that process very effectively in telling that story. And you mentioned that we only have 24 hours to respond to it. And indeed, I think there's a very important lessons that we've learned from the March incident, that the response functions of both the banks and the regulators or banking supervisors have been compressed so much these days. But thank you very much, Christian, for your sharing. Let me next turn to Com. You are clearly in a happier seat back in March, although it's still a very trying circumstances at that time. But you really have a front row seat in that. Can you just, I know this is quite a tall order to ask you to talk about it in a few minutes, but can you really share with us how you steer your way through that trying circumstances back in March? And in terms of the overall European sort of banking situation, is everything well now? Any risk factors that we should watch out for?
Well, I'm not sure about a happy seat. It was very clear that we at UBS did not want to do the deal initially. We had our own strategy, which we felt if we executed on would have been massively price book accretive. However, we were watching what was unfolding for a year, and by October 22, it was clear that Credit Suisse, in our opinion, was a total falling knife at that point. So given that we felt that we would get a call potentially, not necessarily as the takeout, but certainly as a validator, as a board we got ready and we enlisted the mighty house of Morgan Stanley as our advisors to get ready for this call that we didn't want. And by the way, just for the record, some of you in here wrote me direct letters saying under no circumstances are you to contemplate a merger with Credit Suisse. Now, what happened was we actually did a deal that I think satisfied the fiduciary interests of our shareholders and did stabilize the situation. It is clear that us acting and, by the way, getting the huge regulatory compliance and not forgiveness, but cooperation from regulators around the world, we ended up, I think, stopping a situation from snowballing. And it's clear that whether it was a combination of Silicon Valley, Signature Bank, and then Credit Suisse, there was no contagion after that weekend. So it was clear that things worked. One thing I do want to make very clear is that resolution was something that could have happened. The FSB itself has come out with a report now saying that resolution would have worked. Actually, you would have been left, in the case of Credit Suisse being resolved, it would have been left with a 44% Tier 1 ratio, but there clearly were huge contamination effects from that. And it's from that now that we must learn what to look at going forward. And the 2 lessons I've learned is, one, this was not about capital. This was clearly about business model, and it was about funding, right? So I think the regulators need to focus on funding, expansion of collateral, eligibility of collateral, etc., to make sure we get ready for the next crisis, should it happen in the regulated sector. I want to come back to that in a second. But 2, on the funding, on the business model, I'm not sure it's the role of regulators to opine on business models. Business models are the preserve of shareholders, management, and the board, all of whom, in the case of Credit Suisse, singularly failed to monitor what was going on at Credit Suisse. So there are certain jurisdictions that look at business models in different ways. As you know, the UK has the senior manager regime, suitability of management. The US has proxies such as the Camel ratings and the OCC assets and earnings. But it's clear that the regulators in Switzerland need to be given more power to opine on these issues, whilst also respecting the role of shareholders and so on, right? So I think for us, the big lesson going forward, and the FSB has said this, let us not get confused about capital being the answer. There was more than enough capital at Credit Suisse. That is clearly not the answer. And certainly, I think movements from certain regulators at the moment to try and top up capital are misguided. They should be focusing on other issues. I'll answer your question about where the next crisis is later. Okay?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Com. Let me just clarify that happiness is always a relative concept. And I'm sure relative to another Swiss bank, you have been in a much happier front row seat. But thanks for sharing. And I think what you refer to in terms of some of the issues in relation to resolution or resolvability or resolution execution, put it this way, is something the international community is actually looking very closely at. I have recently led the peer review on Switzerland on the Too Big to Fail reform program. The report will be coming out soon, so take a look at that. And some of the things that you have mentioned would also be covered in that report. Since you have referred to Morgan Stanley, let me next turn to James. James, you have actually been through different crises. The 2008 great financial crisis, global financial crisis, and then now more recently the March-April incident early on in the year. I have to say that on both occasions there have been talks about a major contributing factor is actually the regulators not getting things right in some major aspects. Do you agree with that? Are there any other vulnerabilities that, having seen what we have seen back in March, April, any vulnerabilities that we should really watch out for going forward?
Well, I think you're a brave person if you're up here criticizing what the regulators got wrong. So I'll just say that. I think they did a spectacular job, actually, for the last 14 years, and sadly I won't be around for the next 14 to cheer them along. You know, I think using the word crisis for both of these is really, it's just not accurate. The first was the mother of all financial crises, and it wasn't just the regulated banks. It was the non-financial sector. It was GE, for goodness sake, with GE Capital. It was every financial institution in the world, and you know, the only way it could be stopped was the intervention of the governments, because ultimately society is the backstop to the banking system. The banking system operates on leverage, and without having a backstop to that leverage at some point, you'll have failure of the whole system. Now, the objective, of course, is to ensure you have sufficient capital to meet whatever challenges the leverage you have on your balance sheet might bring. And that objective failed, and it failed in multiple jurisdictions. In fact, there are some countries in this world where the governments still own part of the banks. The result of that was the most comprehensive reworking of the regulated banking system in, you know, probably since the 1930s, and has largely worked. I mean, apart from the situation that Colin had to deal with in Switzerland, which had sort of been an unresolved aspect of the financial crisis, and for reasons I don't need to go into. The world has been, from the banking sector, relatively benign. Now, come forward to March of this year, and by the way, I think Christian is exactly right. This is the kind of absurdity that people project from a narrow situation, which was a couple of three US regional banks, to sort of the rest of the world, and appropriately they belted that back. But what we had here was, you know, three regional banks who built, back to one of the regulators earlier said about concentration risk, built very concentrated business models, were sort of the darlings of their sector because they were doing sexy stuff. You know, in the case of First Republic, providing very low-cost loans for a lot of people who work for a lot of people in this room, in the hopes that they'd bring their deposits to them, which they did, and then they promptly pulled their deposits out when it wasn't convenient to hold them. Same thing happened in Silicon Valley with the venture community, and Signature Bank with the real estate community. So very concentrated groups of clients. This was not a banking crisis. This was a crisis for three banks. That's all. And it was cauterized. And by the way, the irony is, maybe it's not ironic, but the part of the solution was for the largest regulated banks to provide uninsured deposits, which put them in jeopardy and their capital in jeopardy, to the tune of $30 billion to help give the regulators, particularly the FDIC, time to resolve the first one that failed before they had to get the third one that failed. So the problem children of the first true financial crisis became part of the solution for the next crisis of 3 banks. And I think the system worked. But as I step back from it and just reflect a little bit, and I lived this with Colm, you know, side by side for a decade, the CCAR, which is the annual health test of banks that's put in place in the US, you could argue has reached a level of detail. In our own case, we submit 80,000 pages every year. CCAR. Somebody has to read it, process it, put it together with the other 32 banks, I think there are, that go through CCAR, and somehow spit out, you know, rational, actionable answers from it. I joke we have 83,000 employees and 80,000 pages in CCAR, and you're in a bad place when your CCAR book is bigger than your employee resume book. But I think CCAR has kind of reached the point of, you know, perfection being the enemy of good. And you didn't have to be a rocket scientist to see that the asset liability mismatch for these 3 banks I talked about, you know, stood out like a shining light. You didn't need 80,000 pages, you needed 1. Yet somehow we missed that. So my encouragement to regulators is to step back and think about it the way boards and executives are forced to think about issues of what matters and what doesn't. Certain things matter. Liquidity matters more than anything, and it matters every single day we get liquidity reports and we study them. Fine-tuning of the 10th scenario under CCAR and trying to predict what the world is going to be, which is going to be your next question, you know, it just doesn't matter. We don't know what the world's going to be. So you prepare for all eventualities. And I think that was the lesson, and I think it's a valuable lesson to take away from the March crisis of a few banks, is we miss the point of what matters and what doesn't, and go back to the basics and look at, you know, fundamental liquidity, capital levels, quality of management, strength of the control functions within the banks, the internal audit, compliance, legal, risk, finance, and then see if all of those pieces put together lead you more likely to avoid what are the unknown pitfalls that we're all going to face, the unknown holes, catastrophes, or likely to avoid them, to hit them. And that's what we've tried to do.
I hope your team here has always been telling you that we are banking supervisors that always focus on what matters and what not, and not an over-extraction sort of process of details. But thanks, James, for that sharing. Let me finally turn to Bob before we actually open up the floor for some questions. Bob, you are the only panelist here who's not a banker or representing a bank. So it's good to hear your views on what's your take on the banking situation or incidents back in March, or in James' word, the crisis of 3 banks in the US, regional banks in the US.
Yes.
Another possible question I can put to you bluntly is, we have actually focused a lot of our energy on reviewing the lessons learned from the banking incidents back in March, April, and previous crises. We haven't actually been focusing a lot of our energy on non-bank financial institutions. Could the next crisis come from that direction?
Yeah, could. Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation here in this really very important discussion. That prior panel was really excellent. When we think about the causes of crises and events such as that, one of the big causes of those things is when you're in a certain regime, economic regime, for an extended period of time, and then people extrapolate that into the future, and on the basis of leverage and asset liability mismatches and so forth. And then you get a shift in that regime, and that's exactly what we've had, and that's why I believe this question is really relevant and timely. When you look at the events of March, they're a perfect example of that, of the asset liability mismatches. When we look at that specifically, we see those banks at the extreme tail of the poor asset liability management, and that when we look at the rest of the banks one by one, we don't see the same kind of problems existing. There's an earnings drag across the banking industry from being upside down against the bond portfolio, but that's different than a crisis. If I look more broadly at the effects of a transition from really 15 years of abundant free money, which was essentially necessary to battle the deleveraging, to offset the deleveraging pressures in the financial system after 2008 and then the pandemic, we do have a number of residual effects from that I don't know that are particularly acute, but I think that really you should be registering over time. And I would categorize these as some long-term, some medium-term, and some short-term influences from that regime shift. Under the category of the long-term, when you look at U.S. government treasury debt, in 2008, debt to GDP was about 70%, around the level that it had been for decades. And the after effects of battling, offsetting the deleveraging pressures and the pandemic, you've had a massive wealth shift from the public sector to the private sector, and that's left the government with debt to GDP up from 70% up to 120%. And the particular, I think, vulnerability of that is in the debt rollovers and the gross issuance that you're going to see in the coming decades. You're stuck with that debt until you pay it off, and that means you have to roll it over like anybody else does. And the debt rollover, gross debt issuance will be running around 25% of GDP for as far as the eye can see. Now, that means every year you're issuing 25% of GDP of debt. From 1960 to 2008, the average amount of debt issuance was 12% of GDP. So this is not the norm. You can't look at the last 60 years and say this is the same thing. This is different. Rollovers, typically people don't pay much attention to the debt rollovers because you assume that the debt gets rolled over. But actually, if you look at countries who've experienced balance of payments crises, it's typically the inability to roll over debt that is the source of the problem, typically in emerging markets, but not always. And so I think the crucial thing to look at is the holders of the debt, because the holders are the ones that roll over the debt. And in the case of U.S. Treasury debt, 27% of U.S. Treasury debt is held by foreign investors. 18% is held by central banks. Foreign investors would normally be a reliable source of investment, but it does heighten the sensitivity to the geopolitical risk. And so geopolitical risk converges with debt rollovers and the gross issuance of the Treasury as an issue that I think you need to pay attention to in the coming years. It's probably not an acute problem, but it's also a problem that's not going to, an issue that just, it's going to be with us, right? And then when you look at 18% of the debt owned by central banks aren't your normal buyers of bonds. They did it for policy reasons, and most central banks have their fill of bonds at this point. And so will they roll over that debt? Obviously, the Fed is not doing that right now. They would probably if policy required it. So between foreign investors and central banks, U.S. Treasury debt is 45% of it is held by those two groups. So you have to think about whether that presents a rollover risk. I would say that's your biggest long-term residual issue. Is if I went to the kind of the medium-term residual issues, I think undoubtedly the 15 years of abundant free money has fueled the private equity boom. And while you probably don't see any particular acute issues there, maybe they exist, I think you'd have to figure that with interest rates at, let's say if companies are borrowing at 8% instead of 2 or 3%, that the pace and the transaction cycle is bound to slow. And so that's already started to have some effects. We have, when we talk to institutional investors around the world, many of them are experiencing liquidity issues right now. And the liquidity issues result from the fact that so much money was allocated to private assets, and now the transaction cycle has slowed. And so I don't know specifically what manifestations that might cause, but that's something I'd be, looking at. One kind of narrow manifestation of that, I think, is in the leveraged loan market. The leveraged loan market was an interesting market because you could go out and borrow money for 5 to 7 years at term at a very low interest rate, interest only, and you had a bullet maturity at 5 to 7 years. And the basic idea is you pay your interest, and then after a couple of years, you just roll it out to a new 5 to 7 year maturity. But as the interest rate structure rose, now you're left with a greater challenge in extending the maturity of that. And so now what we see is in the leveraged loan market and the high yield market that the maturities within the next 2 years are about 16% of that market. The normal is about 8%. So we have a little bit of a wall of maturities there. And I guess I'll stop there. So those would be some of the manifestations that I would be looking at and thinking about.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. I know that we are running out of time, but we have actually, thank you very much for all the sharings because you have covered quite a wide range of issues, gentlemen. Starting from Christian, you talk about banks must have a good story to tell, basic strength, fundamental strength of the bank. But you also mentioned a very important point of having a way to effectively connect up with stakeholders when the time comes. Instead of just relying on social media, sort of driving all the narrative. And Com, you talk about business model risk, the powers of regulators, resolvability sort of issues. And you also mentioned a very important thing that funding is very important, both from, I guess, from a funding of the bank's perspective as well as emergency funding provisions by the central bank to the banks. There are a lot of question marks raised after seeing the incidents back in March, April. And then, James, you talk about also some of what you said refers to basic business model risks of some of those banks. Bob said that those few banks have been the bottom end of the asset liability management. But basically, if they have gotten the business model right, then it could make it easier for them to manage the asset liability side of things, I guess. And then the effectiveness of the supervisory process, what should we be focusing on? Pretty much what the topic of the panel is about. What crisis are we talking about? What are the factors that we are talking about? And then, Bob, you mentioned some long-term geopolitical, debt rollover type of considerations that might actually be shaping some of the vulnerability points that the debt maturity war that we will be facing soon. So a whole range of issues. I did receive one question from the floor. So it's addressed to Bob. Will the debt sustainability issue in the U.S. that you refer to change the status of the U.S. dollar as a global reserve currency? It has very little to do with crisis or global financial crisis, but indeed there's a fundamental issues. Bob, do you feel like taking that question?
Yeah, well, I skipped over that part when I was describing. I guess it was too obvious. Yeah, well, you have the implication is a potential dollar bond problem, but that could be manifest in the interest rate structure or the currency. The question of a reserve currency is a huge issue. Ray Dalio has studied the life cycle of reserve currencies, and they do come and go over many, many, many years, if not centuries. It's typically the last thing to go, and it's something that you need a good alternative, right? And so it's an issue, but I don't think that you're going to see any sort of near-term loss of the dollar as a reserve currency, but you could more likely it manifests in pricing, right? The interest rate structure and the currency itself, as opposed to the actual status. But we're headed probably in the wrong direction, though, in terms of quality.
Thanks, Bob, for taking that. We now have only 4 minutes left, so let me turn back to the original questions that were put to us. What do you think the next crisis would look like? As banking supervisors, I always have the motto that there will always be a next crisis. It's just how we get prepared for it. And the period between crises is just an transient sort of phenomenon for us to get prepared for it. So let me go back to Christian. Maybe I can again start with you. Just very quickly, 1 minute, what you think would be the most important risk factors or vulnerability factors that we should be watching out for going forward?
Well, I keep it with James. It's always hard to obviously see the next crisis, but to be honest, I'm nervous about the state of the capital markets because I think they have been extremely resilient. If you think about what is going on in this world from a geopolitical point of view, still from an inflationary point of view, if you think about where interest rates have gone over the last 12 months, if you then see how resilient and calm the markets are, the crossover is at 420 basis points last night. I mean, this is a level which is, in my view, far away from that what you would normally see in these situations. And my biggest fear is that there is, for instance, one more geopolitical escalation, and that can happen pretty quickly. And the markets at some point in time actually give up their calmness, and then you have a market event. And in this regard, I think we all need to stay very much on alert with regard to risk appetite, stress testing, and simply don't do the mistake and simply think that the markets will remain that calm as they are right now.
Okay, thanks, Christian. Next, let me turn to Com. Your take?
I'll do it in a minute. This is at the risk of upsetting half the people in the room, some of whom are clients, some of whom are competitors, and some of whom are actually clients and competitors. Since 2008, the number of assets that have moved out of the regulated financial sector has grown by roughly 10%. Roughly 50% of global financial assets are now in what you call non-bank financial intermediaries, the shadow sector. Bob touched on one or two areas where there could be real friction points. I think the next crisis, when it happens, will be in that sector. It will be a fiduciary crisis. I know the FSB is very focused on this, finally, having been told in 2009 by us banks that we were being penalized too much, and they should look at the shadow banking sector. But I think it's a real cause for concern.
Yeah, we called it non-bank financial intermediation now. We have ditched the shadow banking tag some time ago now. James, your take on the next vulnerability?
Well, I don't know what triggers it. I mean, nobody in this room, I think, predicted COVID. It is likely to be something geopolitical/political. I mean, the challenges to democracy in some countries around the world are pretty evident. So that I don't know what is going to predict it, but where the sort of weak link is, I think, is it goes back to what we saw in March, and I think we got a bit of a precursor. The sort of policy objective is to limit the size of large banks and, by implication, support smaller banks around the world, which may be a perfectly noble policy objective. From a practical reality of having these banks deal with the cyber, the regulatory oversight, all of the technology investments one's got to make to be competitive in the AI space and so on, means that they're just less competitive. And when you put pressure on the system, the least competitive player falls back. So I don't think we've got this conundrum of a policy desire against the reality that when the pressure hit, it was the largest banks that came in to help were not hurt. And I don't think until you resolve that, I don't know what's going to trigger it, but I think that's the issue.
Thanks, James. Finally, Bob.
I think probably the biggest thing I'd be worried about near term is that the markets are under discounting how long the tightening cycle is likely to go on in the U.S. and Europe before we actually achieve some sort of equilibrium conditions of a 2% inflation rate with a 2% growth rate, given that so much of that is now entrenched in wages and unemployment and so on and so forth, it's likely to continue on. And so I think you're in this environment of the current level of short-term interest rates in the U.S. and probably higher in Europe for some period of time, and the markets are under discounting that and the effects of it.
Thanks, Bob. And thank you very much to the four gentlemen for your insightful sharing. I'm sure the audience have benefited a lot from your sharing. So let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Wonderful job, Arthur. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to gather at center stage for a photo so we can capture the moment before you head off back to your seats. And there we go. Once again, if you'd like to get your questions into our moderator, the QR codes are on your table, and we will have that for the panels for the rest of the day. There we go. Very good. Gentlemen, stand and smile. You know the drill. All right, thank you very much once again to our panelists and our moderator, Arthur Yun. Great job. Now, I think that pretty much everybody, almost everybody in this room, was happy to see the back of the markets in 2022. It was a brutal year, and we started 2023 on a little bit more of an optimistic note. The lifting of pandemic restrictions, the excitement that was being generated around generative AI made us think, well, 2023, maybe there's something to this. But, however, in the second half of the year, the markets have cooled, and now it looks like interest rates are going to be stuck with us for some time. So there may be some dark clouds on the horizon, but the good news is that our panel that we have coming up the stage are undaunted. They are looking at the markets, they are looking at the trends, and they are looking for the opportunities. They are going to be led in discussion today by Jin Su, the Asia-Pacific president for the Bank of America. Jin Su is going to come on up and be joined momentarily by Peter Harrison, who's the Group Chief Executive at Schroders. We're also fortunate to have Mark Rowan, who is the CEO at Apollo Global Management. We have David Solomon, the Chairman and CEO of Goldman Sachs, and we also have C.S. Venkat, who is the Group Chief Executive at Barclays. And with that, Jin Su, I think you're ready for action.
We're ready.
Take it away.
Good morning, and welcome to Hong Kong. And thank you guys for being here. So as the title of the summit this year rightly pointed out, 2023 has been a complex year for investors. While the rate hike cycle may be nearing its end, the prospects for higher for longer has been an overhang for the market. Capital markets activity has been relatively muted. Global equities, which rebounded significantly earlier this year, had significant corrections last year. But we had the momentum of the rally fizzle out, during the year. And for bonds, expectations of higher for long has led to a pretty decent sell-off recently. So perhaps maybe let me start with our banking colleagues. So this one's for David. In the summit last year, you were asked on the dramatic slowdown in the global IPO activity and the prospect of higher for longer taking its toll on corporate debt issuance. And this year, things don't seem to have gotten a lot better. Global IPOs are still pretty weak in terms of overall volume and capital raised, while higher for longer means that it's affecting corporate lending rates. So what is your outlook in terms of capital markets activity, and what do you plan to do about it?
Well, thank you for having me. I don't know that I can do much about that, but we can talk a little bit about the environment, just from a big picture. I would say that 22 was a more complicated year than 23 has been, just because we went through such a dramatic change coming out of 2021 and the beginning of a very, very significant tightening process. So as you highlighted, equity markets and debt markets both were negative in 2022, which is something we had not seen in over 50 years in the same year. And that obviously took a lot of confidence out of markets. As we look at 2023, there's no question that capital markets activities have been low, but capital markets activities, particularly in the second half of the year, have started to pick up a little bit. Capital markets activities really start with confidence, and we still are at a very, very uncertain time. But at the same point, as people reset their expectations, both for the cost of financing, for valuations in markets, ultimately businesses need to finance, they need to fund, they need to bring themselves to the public markets. And so generally when you see a significant correction or a significant change in the macro environment, as we've seen over the course of the last 18 months, it takes a period of time for that reset to occur. You know, history would tell you, 6 or so quarters. We've kind of gotten past that. We saw in September a little bit of a pickup in IPO activity in the United States, but it's still a pretty uncertain time. We obviously have the conflict in the Middle East, which brings more geopolitical uncertainty. And we also have had, big moves in rates in both directions, here over the course of the last couple of months, which slows down confidence. I'm not really equipped to predict the short-term direction of travel, but I bet a lot of money that in 2024 we'll see a pickup in capital markets activity just because they've been closed for a period of time. Companies need to finance. As the duration goes out, there's more financing work that needs to be done. And so we can operate with very, very healthy capital markets in a 5% interest rate environment, but the period of reset and acceptance takes some time. We're on that journey. And I think you'll see, a more constructive market environment for capital markets as we move into 24 and 25.
Thank you. Venkat, pretty astonishing bond sell-off recently. I read with interest that there was a piece of news that Barclays had a report that said, equity crash is what is required, to rescue the bond market. So why is Barclays taking such a pessimistic view? And separately, building on the question from David, how do you cope with the what can lead to a decrease in investment banking revenues? And we do note that Barclays is heading into the U.S. credit card market, partnering with Xbox. So I'd like you to also maybe expand a little bit on that.
Well, thank you again. Like David, I'm very happy to be here, so thank you for inviting me. So the analyst who wrote that piece in 2007-8 said that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were undercapitalized. I didn't listen to him then. I'm not saying I've listened to him every time, but what he was saying was, it was a point I think Bob Prince was making in the previous panel, that there is no natural level of U.S. yields right now, long-term yields, which is finding a buyer. And part of that is because, well, rates have backed up, but the deficit has ballooned in the U.S., and then natural buyers of U.S. treasuries were central banks, and the developed market central banks have obviously been selling. And those asset gatherers and asset owners, especially in this region, many of you are represented here, you know far better than I do what you're going to do with your investments in U.S. treasuries. So what he was saying was it's putting an upward pressure on interest rates. And so he surmised that equities having a sell-off might bring buying into treasuries. But the basic point, I think, is right, which is the upward pressure on U.S. treasuries because of basic structural reasons is great. And it is one of the factors that I think will contribute, as David just said, to the return of investment banking activity, seeking some more clarity, right? So people have to have business logic for what they do. They've got to bring companies to market or look for mergers, but they've also got to be secure about their financing and be able to operate at that higher level of financing. As far as credit cards and Xbox in the US, well, I'll tell you, we've got a consumer business obviously in the UK, and we've got a credit card business in the US, which is a business-to-business thing. So the Xbox demographic of gamers who apparently like to spend with their credit card and use the points to buy things on Xbox. Apparently, it's a sizable demographic. It may not be well represented in this room. But we are banking on its persistence and strength.
Thank you. Peter, I'd be very interested in your views as a multi-asset manager. What is your view on bond yields? And, given that equities also rose significantly in the first half of the year, but kind of petered out in the second half, how do you see global equity market for the rest of the year?
Thank you, and again, thank you for being here. Look, we've finished the year of bonds being return-free risk, and we're now into the next era where they do at least offer something. But I've got a lot of sympathy with what Venkat said, that we're in an environment where the data is about as dirty as it's ever been. And we've got the post-COVID savings. We don't quite know how they're washing through. We don't know what the inflationary impact of commodities washing through is. We've got all sorts of deglobalization trends. We've got decarbonisation trends. I think that the understanding corporate profitability and understanding defaults is particularly difficult right now. And as Bob was saying in the last session, the issuance cycle is against us all. So I think we're in a really difficult period where the data is really noisy. And frankly, there is a very significant outflow across pretty well all equity market platforms around the world of people saying, I prefer cash. It's worth understanding that the average retail investor lost, the more low risk they were last year, they lost 10, 15, 20% of their money. So when you offer them the opportunity to put some money in cash with a guaranteed return, they're grabbing it with both hands. I personally feel there's quite a long way to go before we feed to some sort of normalization. We're 1 year into a new normal. That takes us another 12, 13 years of party time to wash through. And that isn't going to happen in a hurry, right? We haven't yet found out where all that debt went. I mean, if you take a step back, between equity markets used to grow pretty much in line with GDP. Since 2000, they've outperformed GDP by about 130%. Real estate is outperformed by 33%. There's a very, very significant growth in wealth, at 160 trillion of excess return that's been created in the world largely through debt. That reset is going to take a long time to wash through.
In your view, how long will this reset take?
Measure it in years, not months.
Thank you. Mark, credit.
I hate to be the optimist in this crowd. Okay.
Let's hear the optimism side of the story. Credit has been a big part of Apollo's business. So alongside the bond market, private credit has been gaining a lot of significance in the economy as a lender in the recent years. So with private credit expanding into the broader credit markets, what is your perspective on the competition and collaboration with traditional credit providers such as banks and also the corporate bond market?
Look, I think we're in the first inning of private credit. I think we've done a poor job defining it. But I start in a more macro place. Credit demand in any country is a function of GDP. And regulators and governments have a choice. That credit can be provided by the banking system, or that credit can be provided by the investment marketplace. There's no third choice. Each country is making its own choice as to what the right mix is. But if I look around the world, debanking is taking place. That doesn't mean quickly. That doesn't mean banks are going out of business. That just means on the margin, regulatory pressure is pushing banks to increase their capital, which is pushing banks out of certain businesses. I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing, because I look at our business, and most of what's been focused on thus far in the press as private credit is actually levered lending, which is a very, very small piece of the banking system. The trend I'm talking about is what a bank does every day. Where does the $50 million or $100 million borrower go for credit? Well, they used to go to the bank. Now they're coming to the private credit market, and that is being turned into investment-grade credit through securitization. In general, asset managers such as us, we only want the asset. Banks offer a variety of services, whether it's advice, whether it's hedging, whether it's derivatives, whether it's FX, whether it's payments, whether it's credit cards, none of which we want. And so I sometimes say, we want the asset but not the client, and banks want the client but really don't want the asset in the new regime, other than sometimes. So I actually envision a very cooperative world of, in the vast majority of cases, will there be places there's competition? Absolutely. And it won't just be with the banks. It will be with the investment-grade, regular way corporate bond market. But there is a role for private credit beyond what levered lending is, and I think we're in the infancy of that.
Thank you. Now, this is a question for the whole group. Monetary policy obviously is very important, but it's not the end-all. Can you name a development or trend outside of interest rates which has had the most significant bearing on your firm, and maybe elaborate on the impact? It could be a challenge or an opportunity. Who wants to take a stab, please?
Well, thank you. Again, that was a choice, huh? I think there's a very large opportunity, but it's a very difficult opportunity for banks and that is the role we play in ESG and climate financing. We deal with many of the basic companies still, notwithstanding what Mark said, who need financing needs to improve their emissions. And it is important and it's challenging because the quantum of financing is huge. So there's a role for all of us on this table on that. Second is it's an area where, thanks to the work of many of the CEOs sitting here, Noel Quinn, Mark Carney, others, that standards are being developed, but they're still not solidified. And we all still don't know the true price of risk, and it's being intermediated by governments. So it's a great opportunity, but there's a challenge in making sure that we understand the risks and the benefits.
I'd say in our business, the biggest driver of our business over the last 15 years is indexation and concentration. So I look at capital markets, and if you look at the U.S. capital market, I ask myself sometimes whether we have an equity market. 80% of volume is S&P 500, 60% of the market is ETFs. 10 stocks are 35% of the S&P. Those 10 stocks, last I checked, traded close to a 50 PE. I wonder whether we have lost kind of fundamental analysis. You can look at active management. Active management has had a very poor experience over the past 15 years, failing to beat the index, I think, 85% of the time. And the conclusion, and therefore the driver of our business, not just in the equity market, because everything I've said about equity applies twice as strenuously to fixed income, public markets seem to be devoid of alpha. They seem to be liquidity driven rather than fundamentally driven. And what we have built and what the entire private asset business has built is a source of alpha by stepping back from public markets. And we used to think public was safe and private was risky. Well, I think we now know public is safe and risky and private is safe and risky. They're just differing degrees of liquidity, and private assets now range from AA to equity. They're not just buyouts or venture capital or high-octane investing.
David?
I'd comment, this is a forward-looking thing, and we'll see how it plays out. I'd comment on the Basel III endgame, in the U.S. And, we've been talking here and in the previous panel, we're going through a very, very significant tightening cycle for the first time in a long time. And, as Mark, just appropriately highlighted, there's a balance that the regulators choose in how we regulate the banking system and how that forces activity in and out of the banking system. And, that will evolve over time. And certainly I think both the banks and activity outside the banking system are going to be incredibly important for capital formation in the capital markets. We believe very strongly in a regulated system and keeping the banking system, safe and sound. I think James made some comments in the previous session, just around the role that the large banks played when we had a handful of banks that had trouble, earlier in the year. And while we want the system to be safe and sound, when I look at these rules, I think these rules go way too far. And if implemented the way they're outlined, it's a significant additional economic tightening, on the system at a time when I don't really think, that's in the best interest of economic activity and economic growth. And I think there are three obvious things that will happen if the rules are imposed, this way in the U.S. capital markets. The first is the cost of credit for all borrowers, large companies, small companies, everywhere, will increase. Secondly, the U.S. and its competitive position will change if this capital goes in that way, and it's very differentiated from the way the rules are being put in place, in other parts of the world. And the original purpose of Basel was to normalize across jurisdictions, these capital rules. And, the third thing is, per what Mark said, that balance of what's in or outside the regulated system and how it evolves would continue to evolve. So, we and others, obviously will continue to advocate around all this, but, this feels like this would be a very major thing if it went in, on this basis, and would have an impact on capital markets activity and growth. And so we're hopeful with all the commenting that's going on, there'll be some adjustments.
Can I take what Mark said just a little bit further? Because I think there's a major asset allocation switch going on in the world between public markets and private. And in most places, there's a very rapid shrinkage of public markets, whether it be take-privates, whether it be a shortage of listings, etc. And I think what you're seeing is, particularly in the wealth sector, where individuals have not participated fully, or rather the largest number of individuals have not participated fully in the growth of private markets. I think you're going to see a convergence of those two trends. And I think a private company which trades on a regular basis, potentially on an exchange, is no different from a public company. And we make a very big distinction between those two asset classes in our world, the same way as 20 years ago an equities division lived completely separate from a fixed income division, and now they're part of the same ecosystem. I think you're going to see exactly the same between public and private. And the advent of DLT technology and others may facilitate that, but more and more the coming together of that arbitrage, I think, is the thing that we have to watch most in our business.
I think that's an interesting topic. Maybe I'm just going to expand on that a little bit with Mark. Mark, if you could maybe talk about, how you see the shadow banking industry, and also, given what's been happening in the U.S., private credit, private equity, how do you see it in the other parts of the world?
So the changes taking place have taken place primarily in the U.S., but debanking is a worldwide phenomenon. In the U.S., there is an advantage of a robust capital market. In Europe, which is doing exactly the same thing to its banking system, you do not have this robust capital market. You're starting to see economists and others begin to comment that we can't really do that, tighten on the banking system without creating capital markets alternatives for all the reasons David said. But let me say something that may surprise you. I actually agree with everything David said. We have a very safe banking system, and this is now about regulatory choice or regulatory overreach, depending on how you do it. But I also want to pick up on something Colm said in the last session. When something moves out of the regulated sector to the unregulated sector, it does not become riskier. The banking system is a safe system, but it borrows short and lends long, and it is levered. When you move something from the banking system to the asset management system, for the most part, you're moving it from a leveraged system to an unleveraged system. If you're moving it from the bank to a BDC, you're moving it from 10 times leverage to 1.5 times leverage. If you're moving it from a bank to an insurance company, you're deleveraging. In almost every one of these areas, you are deleveraging. That does not mean investors will not lose money, but investors could just as easily lose money on the S&P 500 as they can on the credit system. So I do think democratization of credit, finding the right balance between banks and investors is an important thing, and having the risks of financing the economy borne in a democratized way adds robustness to the system rather than concentrating them in 4 big banks. And I think we've seen that now around the world. We may be in a point of overreach where too much is coming into the marketplace, but I think we'll end up with a course correction, particularly in Europe, because Europe is not set up to absorb in the capital markets that which the banks don't do. In the U.S., there's a better chance. And back here, I think, to the comment that was made here, trading capital in the world is 10% of what it was in 2008. Markets are 3 times their size. We have this notion that public is liquid and safe. It's not. We actually have seen our first wholesale market failure. This is UK LDI. People think this is some crazy thing UK institutions were doing. It wasn't. It was a mistaken belief that they could sell AAA and AA obligations at the market price. They were wrong. They tried to sell, the market cratered. They tried to sell more, the market cratered further, and government had to intervene to prevent destruction of capital. I think we are going to see that more and more happen in the world, because just like there's regulatory overreach as it relates to assets and capital, there's been regulatory overreach, in my opinion, on the penalty associated with trading capital, and therefore the provision of orderly markets, making public and private much closer than people have ever thought of them. And we haven't adjusted our mentality of how we asset allocate yet.
Yeah, I think just to build up on the LDI point and the point Mark made earlier about equity capital markets, over the last 30 years in the UK, what LDI was designed to do was to make pension funds safer. And UK pension funds had obligations which were long-term, monetized in terms of inflation and credit. So people bought long-term inflation, long-term credit, and they therefore reduced what they call the funding risk. And so the funded ratios in UK pension funds went up, from around 100% to 130%. At the same time, equity allocations decreased. So not only do you have a shrinking public market, but you've got a smaller public ownership of equities, public equities, in either personal accounts or in pension accounts. And that, I think, has a longer-term consequence for the risk-taking culture of the UK, for example.
Absolutely.
Let me just expand on that for a second. So we're talking about liquidity, we're talking about LDI. With the U.S. fiscal deficit, if you take out the student loan adjustment at minus 8%, do you think there's an overcrowding effect? Do you worry about the liquidity? Is this a topic that, is talked about?
I thought I was leaving you too, so
I'm happy to start. I'm sure you have a comment on this too. I think we absolutely have to worry about what's happening with deficits in the United States. I think the panel previously, there were some very, very, appropriate comments just on the growing size of the debt, the cost of refinancing that debt in a different environment than we've had for quite some time. Who are the buyers? How do we develop new buyers when you have governments, when you have central banks and also, foreign governments that have been such a big buyer of treasuries? And I think the important point to make that's been made in the discussion about LDI is just the fact that liquidity in all markets is generally fleeting. And at moments of stress, there's much less of it than you expect in any market. And so the clearing price under stress is very, very different than the clearing price when markets are functioning. And, I think in all markets, including, markets for government debt, there's risk of stress. We saw that, by the way, in March of 2020. And, in my opinion, we will see it again. And so how you prepare and are, ready to deal for that, I think is an important part of risk management that any organization has to think about.
I agree with everything David said, but I also think we should look at the broader trend in asset management. We are going to transfer value from equity to debt over the next few years. Every time there's a refinancing, value is being transferred from equity to debt. And on that refinancing, not only is the rate higher and therefore more of the cash flow being diverted to debt holders are in a position to say to equity, put up more equity to own the same asset. Returns on almost all equity that is invested today are going down.
That's why multiples have come down, but multiples probably have to come down more.
It's also a reason you see so much capital in private markets, but none of it being spent. If you committed a great number of sins over the past decade, you are holding capital to figure out how much you need to pay for those sins as you refinance and as you deleverage. And I think until that works through, we're not going to see really robust deal activity, because I don't know that a 5% base rate really is impactful. It kind of feels normal.
So I think, though, in the context of a shrinking banking system, there is a role for a banking system here in times like what David described, which is we are not the lenders, the big banks are not the lenders of last resort, but we could be the lenders of first resort. So rather than in periods recognizing liquidity has come away from the market, if it may be better for the system to have more robust financing agreements and arrangements between institutions and banks so that they can weather short-term crises by using the banking system to borrow against rather than sell assets. It was used a little in LDI. In a way, it was used a little in the U.S. Regional crisis. But I think we need to see more of that. It's a way to recognize that problem.
This is a point I'd just like to take one step further and elaborate. Banks are a shock absorber when there's pressure in markets. And when we look at the regulatory infrastructure, it's wiring the banking system so tight that it's taking away its ability to act as a shock absorber. There are very, very significant buffers, but buffers can't be used even at a time of stress. You actually, in a time of stress, want the banking system to use its buffers if the banking system is acting as a shock absorber in markets. So I just think that's something from a regulatory perspective to keep thinking about and looking at.
So I hate to pile on, but coming down the line, because things are wired so tight in the banking system, and we are not a bank and we don't have access, therefore, to borrowing windows on a normal basis, we hold immense amounts of liquidity. And that's incredibly inefficient, which just means the cost of borrowing for everyone is higher. And it would be a much more efficient system to be able to depend on the banking system in some reasonable way for high-quality collateral in times of stress. Holding $15 or $20 billion of capital and a balance sheet our size is not the most efficient way to run a business, but it is how we run the business.
And just picking up Venkat's point, it was the collateralization in the LDI system which caused the problem. You had a 30-year asset and a 30-year liability. It all should have been fine. But the need for daily collateralization caused the forced selling, which actually undermined the whole system. It was the tightness of the buffers which was actually the problem, not the match.
Fascinating discussion. I wish I could just keep asking questions, but I would like to give the audience a chance to pose some questions. Gentleman over there.
I have a question. Regarding the private credit industry, is it going to get regulated given all that's going on? Will it become more like the banking system at some point?
The question had to do, will private credit be more regulated? So the answer is yes and no. Private credit is, to the extent it performs credit origination type activities, is already regulated. You know, I jokingly say I barely get the fingerprinting ink off of my fingers from the number of regulatory interactions that I have. We're just not regulated the same way.
You could join our world and have more ink on your fingers if you'd like.
So we own a very large insurance company, a retirement services business. We do no maturity transformation. We do not have access to the Federal Reserve. We do not have access to any form of government guarantee. And so are we regulated? We perform the same stress tests that others were talking about at year end. We perform cash flow testing. We have state regulation. We have federal oversight. We have Europe looking at what's going on in the US. We are regulated in a way that reflects the substance of our business of not doing maturity transformation, not taking deposits, and not doing other things. And from a disclosure point of view, we actually put 100% of our portfolio online. We put our stress tests online, just point and click. I think that to the extent you are in an institution that is a financial institution, you will be subject to regulation. We are today, and it's clear that the trend everywhere in the world is increased regulation. That there's no doubt about it. With respect to investors participating in what is called private credit today, which is really levered lending, I would be very surprised if that activity, other than in the press, is of any substantial interest to regulators. It is, as I suggested, mostly moving off of regulated balance sheets into unlevered investment funds, which is fundamentally good for the system. The one I actually worry about is places where maturity transformation is taking place in illiquid markets. So think of the biggest market in the world today, where you borrow short and lend long. I throw it back to you. Daily liquid mutual funds. If you have something where you offer your clients their money back every single day, but you have assets that you can't trade very frequently because there's not trading capital, that is where you build up systemic amounts of risk through a mismatch of the underlying assets that these institutions hold. But regulation, and more of it, I don't know that we're going to get to 80,000 pages, but I bet we're at 40.
Thank you. I think we have time for maybe one more question. Gentleman over there.
So if you were to believe on the assumption that climate risk will lead to the biggest repricing and reallocation of capital in the history of the world, what implications will that have to the shifting of assets and banks, right, from high carbon or high climate risk versus low climate risk, and to the to the private assets, to the private credit markets, Mark?
I think he said Mark.
Look, I felt like I've been speaking too often anyway, so I'll just quickly say, most of the capital that I see being required for decarbonization, energy transition, use your term, is not actually equity. It's debt and hybrid. I think it is going to be the largest use of capital since the invention of fire. And we see it everywhere across almost every company, and it is mostly, in our opinion, brown to green, and it is a financing activity. And that financing activity is throughout the banking system. It's a very, I know from my colleagues, this is a very significant portion of demand. And for us, just like any other financing, we are going to be large financiers in the private credit market of decarbonization. And what is particularly good for us, we need long-dated assets. It's a very interesting kind of dynamic. Banks generally prefer shorter-dated assets for shorter-dated capital. Most of the world is 10 years and in. The world is short, long-dated assets. There's actually a reasonable sync-up between the needs for energy transition, which can be very long-dated, and the requirements to provide retirement income, which are equally long-dated but not adequately met in capital markets today. So I'm optimistic that this will be a very significant source of product on a very long-dated basis and will be matched with retirement systems directly or indirectly throughout the world.
Thank you so much. I learned a lot, and please, everyone, join me in applauding these gentlemen.
And thank you also to our moderator, Jin Su from Bank of America. If you would gather, gentlemen, for a quick photo. There we go. Once again, a reminder that you do have the QR codes on your table that you can scan and put a question through to the moderators for the rest of the panels that we have on stage today. And some very frank talk on the stage today. Things are heating up here. No doubt are going to get a little more fiery as we go on. There we go. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right. And thank you very much. Now, we have seen no shortage of factors that are disrupting the global economy, disrupting the financial system over the past couple of years. And the question is, how do we build our institutions to anticipate that which cannot be anticipated? Or maybe more correctly, how do we build in the institutional strength so that we can not only survive, but we can seize opportunities when the unexpected happen? That is exactly what we are going to get into with our next panel, which is going to be led by David Rubenstein, who is the co-founder and co-chairman of Carlyle. He is going to be joined right up here by John Gray. John is the president and COO from Blackstone. And then we have Ken Griffin, the co-founder, the founder and CEO of Citadel. So, gentlemen, run, don't walk. Let's get this panel happening. David, the floor is yours. Take it away. Cheers.
Okay, so we have a great panel here, and we're going to talk about every issue under the sun, okay? Why don't we start? You flew all the way from New York here. Why is Hong Kong important to you?
I love that in the Hong Kong audience here. Hong Kong is a terrifically important place for our business as a firm. We've got a great team on the ground. Obviously, it's a place where you can invest capital. It's the gateway to China as well. And so it's an important part of our firm, and we really enjoy being here.
Okay, Ken, when did you first come to Hong Kong?
So I first came here about 30-some years ago. And Citadel has actually invested in Hong Kong for over 3 decades. And like Jonathan, I would say we have a great team here on the ground. It's our most important team in Asia. And Hong Kong is both, for us, a nexus to the entire continent and a gateway into mainland China.
I would just add, I came here about 50 years ago, and there were no underground passages between Kowloon and here. And so you had to take the ferry across. It was 25 cents Hong Kong. Pretty cheap. Okay, so, Jonathan, let me ask you about this. You built your career initially in real estate, and you built the biggest real estate business in the world, and now you're the president and chief operating officer of Blackstone and doing other things other than real estate. But just back to your real estate days, Is the real estate market in trouble because people aren't coming to offices anymore, and therefore tenants aren't going to need as much space? What's the situation? Are we going to see a lot of distressed debt in real estate soon?
So I guess you're probably focused on the U.S. here in this question, and maybe around the world in Europe. I would say there are two negative headwinds near term. One is the office market, which you talked about. Remote work hurts demand for office space. There's obsolescence. And I think we'll continue to see pressure in that space, particularly in the United States. It's an area we do not have a lot of capital deployed. I think the second headwind, which people have talked about more broadly on the panels today, is the rising cost of capital. Obviously, if short rates have gone up, more recently long rates, that creates pressure on valuations. I think the good news is that underlying fundamentals in some of the better sectors, like logistics and student housing, data centers, are helping offset some of that. And the second thing I'd say is you're going to see a sharp decline in new construction, which will help real estate over time. But the short answer is, yeah, there's some near-term pressure.
Okay, Ken, you obviously started Citadel, great hedge fund, one of the most successful out there. You also have started Citadel Securities, which is a global market maker. I had always thought that market makers were people like NASDAQ or exchanges. How does somebody start a market maker, and how you operate all over the world, including here?
We do. We operate in every major country around the world. The exchanges are where buyers and sellers come together, but market makers are responsible for the intermediation of demand in real time. So at any moment in time when a seller arrives to the market, there's a good chance there's no natural buyer. And the role of the market maker is to provide the liquidity at that moment in time. And we do that in equities, in options, and fixed income for over 1,000 clients around the world.
Okay. John, Blackstone started initially as, I guess, an advisory firm, but it did buyouts for quite a while and still does them, of course. Is the buyout market peaked in a sense? It's hard to get deals financed, hard to find big deals, and are you shifting your firm away from buyouts to other areas now?
No, I don't think the buyout business has peaked. There's a cyclicality to the business, as you're aware. And that happens when you're in an environment like this where transaction activity goes down, where it's harder to get financing. That's an environment where you see less deals getting done. But what private equity does is essentially help transform and grow businesses. And it incentivizes management team, provides valuable capital for companies to grow, really creates great alignment. And that function and that ability to generate excess returns for our customers, that continues. Now, we've grown what we do in private assets. Obviously, we have an enormous private credit business, real estate business, infrastructure. We serve a large variety of clients. That's all changed. But the basic business, although a little bit slower today, we still think will grow a lot over time.
So, Ken, you run a gigantic hedge fund, as I mentioned. How do you deal with geopolitical risk? Do you have a geopolitical risk assessment team that tells you what crises are likely to occur? And when a crisis does occur, do you have people giving you reports hourly or daily on what's going on in the Middle East or in Russia, Ukraine, how that's going to affect the markets?
So we use a broad array of outside advisors and consultants. To have an idea about geopolitical risk, you need to have people on the ground in all the major countries around the world. That relies upon having a really informed network of experts. For most of our business, the geopolitical risk that makes the headline stories does not impact our portfolio. But then when you see a war in the Ukraine, which puts all energy supplies into Europe in risk, at jeopardy, all of a sudden geopolitical risk becomes front and center in all of your risk-taking decisions. So one must separate the headlines that drive the news cycle from the headlines like the Ukraine that actually drive the real economy in a very profound and important way.
So, John, I noticed that you have no gray hair. So, obviously, I guess the pressure of doing this is not so great. So, is the fun of running a global private equity, private investment firm as challenging as I thought it was, or it's not so tough?
I would say, and you know this well, it's a very challenging job. What's exciting about it is you get to think about some of these powerful trends that are out there. And so it's interesting when Ken talks about the geopolitics. One of the challenges with our business, managing $1 trillion plus of assets, is every day when something happens, it impacts a business and asset you own around the world. But I think as investors, what you want to think about are these longer-term trends. What's happening in digitalization and AI, what's happening in green energy, what's happening in life sciences, which countries are growing faster. You know, some of these big long-term trends are very powerful. And back to the job, that's what I love about the job, trying to think about where is the world heading and how can we deploy capital against that.
So, Ken, I assume people want to go work at your firm. How many people apply a year to work at Citadel, and how many do you take? And what kind of, for those who have children who might be watching here, or maybe people here who want to work at Citadel themselves, what are you looking for in the people you hire? High IQ, high work quotient, they wear a tie, what do they have to do?
Well, if wearing a tie was a job requirement, we'd have a really tough time finding candidates. We've got about 100,000 college applicants this year across North America, Europe, and Asia. I mean, these are from the best schools around the world. That's for about 300 spots between our internship and full-time program. So the bottom line is, it's really hard to get your kid a job at Citadel. Now, the good news is, there's 100,000 kids that want to work in a firm that's 5 days a week. So going back to your office portfolio, the younger members of our society want careers. They don't want just jobs, they want careers. And careers involve mentorship and apprenticeship, and you're not going to get that in a hybrid work world. And it makes me so happy to see so many young people around the world want to be back in an office 5 days a week. I think it's so important to have that collaborative culture of mentorship, of apprenticeship, that drives innovation, increases productivity, and ultimately for our team allows us to deliver for our clients.
Do you require your people to come into work 5 days a week in the office or not?
We do, and we've been back for 2 years. And I think it's been a big part of our success story over the last 2 years, is that ability to work together as a team in a very complex, rapidly evolving world. We've seen more geopolitical crises in the last 2 years than, I mean, we've seen in our lifetime. And to have people together, collaborating together, responding together, has been a huge source of competitive advantage in these financial markets.
Hey, John, how do you deal with artificial intelligence? Will it be soon that you can just plug in an artificial intelligence algorithm and decide to do this deal or that deal?
That might take a couple years. I would say artificial intelligence has been something I know Ken has been working with for some time. It started with this predictive AI, which basically is put numbers in, numbers come out. So if you're looking at a company and you're thinking about, do they have pricing power, you can look at historical data and then think about the future pricing. You can think about staffing levels, optimizing businesses. And that's probably been the place we've used them the most, and also in helping us on new deals, better understanding the companies. I think what's really powerful now as we move to generative AI, that you can not only put in numbers, but pictures and videos and language, and you can start to transform businesses. So if you think about software companies, creative companies, media companies, really powerful. We own Ancestry.com, the family history business. If you think about over time what that company could do, instead of just telling you your family arrived on this date and they moved here and this, they could do a video, they could have music, newspapers. So I think this is going to be very important for our businesses. I do think they're going to be important analytical tools for us in the alternative space. We've got 50-plus people on our data science team. That's going to grow a lot. If you're going back to the job comment, I think being a data scientist is a very good way to get a job at an investment firm.
Can you use artificial intelligence to make trading decisions?
Well, first of all, I think artificial intelligence is a huge overstatement. I have yet to find a computer that thinks. Now, having said that, we've been using machine learning for over a decade. And on any given day, we're about 25% of the turnover in the U.S. equity market. And that's empowered by a very, very, very powerful set of predictive analytics, of which machine learning is a really important part. Now, one thing to keep in mind when it comes to generative AI or machine learning, it's all rooted in past patterns. That's how these models are trained, and the answers that they give reflect the history that has unfolded before the model was in fact trained. Why do I say this? Tell me about the retail strategy, the online, the mobile retail strategy of your portfolio companies in 2003 before the advent of the iPhone. Non-existent. And yet if you go forward 10 years past the introduction of the iPhone, if you don't have a mobile strategy, you are probably becoming irrelevant as a retailer. And generative AI has no knowledge of this great transformation that was going to unfold. When the world changes, it's going to come down to the judgment calls of people to allocate capital wisely and astutely. Generative AI has a number of really important and powerful uses. We use it every single day to help make our software engineers more productive. But in investing capital, going back to your early commentary, we're thinking about longer-term trends that have yet to emerge or have yet to have played out, and we want to capitalize on that. That's outside the scope and capabilities of generative AI.
So, Ken, you make an enormous amount of trades, I assume, through Citadel every day, but do you have to approve personally all the trades, or do you have to approve them above a certain level? And like today, who's doing the trading when you're here?
So we'll do on any given day about 25 to 30 million transactions. That's a pretty typical day at Citadel. And fortunately, I'm not involved in all but a fraction of a basis point per day. And the reason I'm involved in so little is that we have a very strong belief that the person closest to the information should make the decision. We hold people accountable and responsible for their decision making. That's how we grow leaders. That's how we grow what is one of the strongest investment teams in the world, is all the power is not held at the top. It's held at the front line where people are best informed. Now, of course, I'm looking at the aggregate risks that we accumulate across our portfolio. We're late in the economic cycle. I want to make sure we're thoughtful about how much exposure we have to cyclicals or how much exposure we have to illiquid assets. So I'm thinking about these big picture issues. But day in and day out, my colleagues closest to the information are making the right decisions in real time.
So if you make a trade and it doesn't seem to work out right away, do you get rid of it right away, or you blame somebody else, or you take the blame yourself? How does that work?
Well, so actually, people who blame exogenous events or others are people who don't learn and grow. And those are people who are not part of our team. Like, if the buck doesn't stop on your desk, whether that's the junior person or my desk, then you're just not of the culture that we look for in people on Team Citadel. We look for people who, when they get it right, celebrate their successes, learn what they got right. When they get it wrong, internalize the mistakes, wonder about what we could have done better, and then from that vantage point, they become better investors of capital.
Hey, John, there's been some criticism that the large private equity firms, as they used to be called, now are in private credit in a major way, and the private credit money that they're lending out is not regulated in some ways. What is your response to the fact that the federal government should come in and regulate what the private credit business is all about?
Well, there's been a lot of discussion of that in the room today. I think the thing people don't necessarily see clearly is the idea that if you lend money as a financial institution and I lend money at Blackstone, you might say those are the same thing. But the question is, how are they funded? So a bank, of course, involves pretty significant leverage. They're a critical part of the financial system, but they're generally 10 to 12 times leveraged. With that, they have their deposits guaranteed as well, and the duration of a lot of that leverage are deposits that are pretty short term. If we're managing money for a state pension fund and we go lend that money on an unleveraged basis, it's pretty hard to identify the risk embedded in that. Same thing if we're running a BDC that's 1 times leverage. So I think it's important in the financial system to understand what's going on, but I think it's critically important to understand the funding source for credit, which is why I think this is actually healthy. It's one of the reasons why the U.S. has been very competitive, broad, deep capital markets.
Ken, Ronald Reagan once famously said the most dangerous words in the English language are, "I'm from the federal government, I'm here to help you." So do you agree with that general view that the federal government may not be as helpful sometimes in regulating financial service companies?
I mean, Reagan is, I think, almost everyone's hero for a reason. Right. And I think he's got that statement just completely right in the context of the U.S. financial system. Now, this doesn't mean that we haven't had regulatory missteps, that we haven't had large financial institutions that have been undermanaged episodically. But one of the great virtues of the U.S. capital markets is the diversity of capital sources, the diversity of investors, and the flexibility of our economy to allocate capital on a very rapid and reflexive basis. That's been a big part of the reason the United States has been the epicenter of so much innovation and new business formation over the course of the last 100 years. It's underpinned by the robustness of our capital markets. Regulation plays a really important role. Regulation should be in place to reduce systemic risk. And as James Gorman said, the regulators need to be focused on the right big picture systemic risk issues. I'm paraphrasing your words. The 80,000 pages in a CCAR report tell you nothing. You want to stay focused on, will this bank be able to get through a period of economic contraction and continue to provide credit to American consumers and businesses? Right now, I'm very perplexed by the regulatory agenda of the SEC. There's 50 meaningful rules in various forms of approval processes that will really diminish the flexibility of America's asset managers and capital markets. And I just don't understand it. The U.S. capital markets have been such an incredible source of prosperity, job creation, and frankly, just success in America. For the average American family, we should try to encourage capital formation, not discourage it.
Hey, John, the most predicted recession in all time is the one that we're predicting is going to happen, but it hasn't happened yet. Are we going to have a recession soon so be people who predicted it can be seen as right?
Well, I would say the good news I'd say on the economy is we definitely are seeing the inflation coming down, which is helpful. We see it in our portfolio in labor costs, the increases there coming down, shelter costs not increasing at nearly the same rate. And also, to your point, there's been incredible resilience. Those are the two positive things out there. I think the challenge is when you raise the cost of capital as dramatically as we have, up to 5.5% in the U.S., 4% in many other places around the world. Now the long end of the curve has also gone up. That's a real weight for consumers and for businesses to borrow at 8%. It works its way through the system. I think we will see a slowdown. We've begun to see hiring at our companies be much more subdued. I don't see this as a sort of cliff, but a sequential decline. But to your point, do I think we'll see an increase in unemployment, slower rates of GDP growth? Yes, but we do not have anything like the imbalances of 08, 09.
So the conventional wisdom in Washington, which many people say is almost always wrong, but the conventional wisdom in Washington, Ken, is that the Fed is done raising rates for the time being. Do you agree with that, or do you think the Fed might still raise rates?
So the wild card we don't know is the inflationary consequences of deglobalization. One of the huge benefits that both Jonathan and I have had in our careers, in our lifetimes, the peace dividend. Remember, when I started my business, was the end of the Cold War. And the second dynamic has been globalization, which has been an incredibly deflationary force for the entire 30 years that I've been in business. We don't know what a world looks like that involves deglobalization. How much does that increase inflation just systemically around the world? What does that mean in terms of monetary policy around the world? That's a giant wild card. So for choice, I definitely agree with Jonathan. We're seeing inflation come down right now. What we don't know is where does it land in this world of supply chains that are being radically changed around the world. And then with respect to the recession, our best view is sometime mid-next year, we're likely to see a slowdown in the back of these higher real rates. It's taking a bite out of the economy, in particular the private sector. The counterfactual to this is the U.S. government is on a profligate spending spree. We're going to run a deficit this year of about $2 trillion in the United States. That's pulling forward consumption into the here and now at the expense of future generations.
So, Ken, your firm has invested a fair bit in China, and I think yours has as well. Ken, are you investing more in China? Are you worried about China's growth? How do you assess China right now as a place in which to invest?
Well, I think big picture, you could have been an investor in the United States at almost any point over the last 100 years, had solely a domestic investment portfolio, and have done extraordinarily well. The world's changed. There's much more innovation outside of the United States relative to 50 years ago. This morning I was with one of the prominent Chinese business leaders. The management teams in China are extraordinarily capable. They produce extremely competitive products in the global stage. They lead in many areas that are important to the world: solar, EVs. These are really important competitive advantages that exist in China. Companies, great management teams, great products. If you're a global investor, you've got to be watching and investing here in China.
John, in your current position, I assume you deal with regulators and administrators all the time. Do you find that an uplifting experience to go talk to them about convincing them about your point of view of things, or not so uplifting?
I'm only going to say positive things about those experiences.
Okay, so you like that part of your job.
And I'm going to make sure all my future meetings are with him then.
Okay.
We can go together to Washington if these are your experiences.
So, John, how has the large global private equity firm that's publicly traded evolved in the last 10, 20 years or so?
Well, the business, as you know extremely well, having created one of these firms, was pretty narrow. I mean, we were basically in high-octane strategies in private equity, real estate private equity, and distressed credit. We were trying to produce 20 gross, 15 net, and we had a small number of customers. And when you look today, you've seen a real evolution of the business model. We've expanded who we serve, insurance clients, individual investors have grown to be, almost a quarter of what we do, many more institutional investors, and we've moved down the sort of risk-return spectrum into things like direct lending to companies, asset-backed finance, infrastructure, lower returning core plus real estate. And so the total available market is much larger for what we do today, and we continue to see this migration from all sorts of pools of capital towards alternative assets because of the return premiums that have been generated.
Ken, you were trading securities when you were a Harvard undergraduate, despite the fact Harvard probably didn't like that. And then you ultimately went to Chicago, built Citadel there, and then last year, I guess it was, you moved Citadel from Chicago after many, many years to Florida. So why did you move your entire firm headquarters to Florida?
That's a great story, because in the pandemic what you saw was that people moved all over the world. And we put a number of people in Palm Beach in the Four Seasons during the pandemic so we could run our trading floor during the height of the pandemic. We could trade the entire U.S. equity market if need be from the Four Seasons Palm Beach. Now, why did I talk about people moving around the world? My colleagues who went to Florida during the pandemic said, why don't we just stay here? And today, Miami is the headquarters for Citadel, and virtually the entire senior management team from Chicago moved to Miami. Now, of note, here out of Hong Kong, we had people scatter across Asia, back to countries that they were from originally, so on and so forth. They've come back to Hong Kong. It's a real statement about the quality of life that Hong Kong offers and about the attractiveness of Hong Kong as an international finance center.
Ken, in the United States, you're one of the largest philanthropists, I think it's fair to say. For people who are listening here or listening elsewhere, how do you decide where to give your money away?
So we look at a number of considerations in how we allocate our charitable giving. But first and foremost is the impact on humanity. Like, first and foremost. Education's top of my list. I really believe that the American dream is paved by the on-ramp of education. And education in the United States has been struggling over the last 50 years. In Illinois, the state that we left, there are 53 schools without a single child who performs at grade level. That's 53 schools full of children who will never experience the American dream. And one of the areas that I think we need to focus on in the United States is being far more competitive in educating our children. We live in a globally integrated economy, and if our education's not at the very top of the charts, we're going to struggle to be competitive with the rest of the world over the decades to come.
Okay, John, in your case, you're also very involved in philanthropy and particularly cancer research. Why are you so actively involved there?
Unfortunately, my wife lost her sister to ovarian cancer related to a BRCA gene mutation, which leads to much higher levels of breast and ovarian cancer and some other types of cancer. And so our thought was, if we dug really deep in that area, we can make a difference. We created a center at the University of Pennsylvania, the Vassar Center, named after my sister-in-law. And it's been amazing in terms of talking about what's changing the world, what's happening in life sciences, the advances today because of genomics and big data, the intersection of those two things. I think it's going to change the world in a profound way. We become really encouraged about what's happening in this area.
Ken, you're a very large political donor in the United States, you know, you've been interested in public policy. Have you ever thought of running for President of the United States yourself? Or you're too young?
Well, I mean, David, given who the front runners are today, I think this question's right in about 25 years.
Okay, all right. Okay, so not right now.
I might not remember the question if you ask me in 25 years.
25 years, okay. All right. So, John, you're not running for anything, are you?
No plans. I like my day job.
Okay, so when you're hiring people at Blackstone, what's the best way to get a job there? Be very smart, good grades, know somebody. What's the best way to get a job there?
Well, the numbers are similar to what Ken described, incredibly competitive. You know, obviously you've got to be smart, you've got to be hardworking, shown some resilience in what you've done. We love to find people who've been on athletic teams or organizations where they've worked together. As you know, this investing business, particularly in the private space, is a team sport. So you want somebody who cares a lot, works hard, but works well with other people.
Ken, you've built your... Go ahead.
Add to that for just one moment. We look for those same traits, and I know you do also. We look for people who are really good communicators. The power of ideas is what drives investment portfolios, and people who are really good communicators have an undue ability, a much greater ability to influence outcomes in our capital allocation. So we look for resilience because every single person who commits capital is going to make mistakes. You have to get back on your feet. A little statistic, our equity portfolio managers, adjusted for the market factors that they take exposure to, are right 52% of the time, give or take.
Right.
That means you're wrong 48% of the time. Could you imagine like going to a brain surgeon who said like 52% of my patients?
Okay, so final question. What is the greatest thrill of what you've done in your career? What do you most enjoy about having built Citadel from nothing? Scratch. Other than this panel kind of opportunity that you're on now.
So, I mean, unequivocally, the greatest satisfaction in my career is working with the people that I work with. I work with an incredibly bright group of people. Every single day, I learn something at Citadel. That's number one. Number two, impact matters. And I know that in the start of the pandemic in the United States, we played a very critical role in helping to coordinate between the private sector and government on issues like accelerating trials with the FDA for experimental treatments. And ultimately, Operation Warp Speed, which probably saved 500,000 American lives, came from my team at Citadel. It's one of the greatest successes, I would say, in my career is to be part of that group that took to the Washington the concept of what became Operation Warp Speed.
Final word?
Well, I would just say as it relates to me and my experience, I agree with Ken. It's the people you work with, the impact you have when you're managing capital. You know, you're working for the police officers, firefighters, the retirees. You're trying to make a difference and then trying to help grow companies. I mean, what we did at Hilton Hotels and some of the other businesses to help them expand globally, to create opportunity, to create some wealth for other people, and to do it in a team sport and feel a real sense of pride, that's a lot of fun. So I feel very blessed at what I get to do.
We're out of time. Thank you both for a very interesting conversation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Gentlemen, if you could pose for a photo. David Rubenstein, John Gray, and Ken Griffin, center stage, getting their photo taken. David Rubenstein will be bringing his comedy beats to the Yuck Yucks Comedy Club up the hill in Hong Kong all the rest of the weekend. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have had extraordinary discussion, extraordinary content right up here on this stage. We have only slightly less extraordinary temporal discipline, so we will be taking a 10-minute break. It is a short break. If you need to leave the room, please put some bounce in your step so you're back in here quickly. We will be serving coffee and tea at the tables, along with a little bite to eat to tide you over until lunch. So please do take the time if you can, and we'll have you back in your seats in 10 minutes. Thank you. To your seats, we are going to get back in action here at the Global Financial Leaders Investment Summit. I can see some of you are making your way with haste. We like that. Fantastic. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're, especially if your seats are in this side of the room, please make your way because we are going to kick off with another VIP panel right up here on the main stage at the Global Financial Leaders Investment Summit. So please do grab those business cards, shut down the conversation, and make your way to your seats. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We are back in action on the main stage at the Global Financial Leaders Investment Summit. So if you could please make your way to your seats. Our next panel is lined up and ready to go as soon as I can get them on stage. So if you could make your way into your seats and sit yourselves down, that would be absolutely magnificent. Now is definitely the time to do that. So ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for joining us here in Hong Kong. We are just about to get things going here, and we have a spectacular panel coming up here with very able leadership, but we do need you back in your seats and have the conversation right here on stage. So eyes and ears focused on Andrew Work. That's me. Because in case you forgot, I did get a couple of people give me some funny looks with that one. They're like, work? Really? Yes, your favorite four-letter word, W-O-R-K. That is how you spell it. All right, and with that, I think Laura Cha is about to settle herself. Thank you very much for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have the chairman of the Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearings out with us. Thank you very much. In the back, they are getting seated. Fantastic. We are maintaining seating discipline here at the Global Financial Leaders Investment Summit. I think we have reached critical mass of people in chairs. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our next panel. We are looking at ESG and sustainability. And, I mean, this is a topic that has been very much in the limelight, not just in the financial sector, but really in every industrial sector around the world. And, you know, there are many, many different opinions across this that have been written about, that have been spoken about recently. Some feel that we have not done enough, and others wonder if it is even appropriate to be addressing these issues within the financial sector. Perhaps they are best left somewhere else. We are going to get into it on stage with our next panel, which is going to be ably chaired by Mr. Paul Yang, the CEO Asia Pacific for BNP Paribas. Paul, please come on up here and get ready to command this panel. He is going to be joined today by Valerie Bautsen, who is the CEO at Amundi. Thank you very much for joining us. We also have Mark Carney, who is the chair of Brookfield Asset Management and the head of transition finance. He is also the United Nations Special Envoy on climate action and finance. And rounding out the panel, we have hot office appearance at Hong Kong FinTech Week, Bill Winters, the Group Chief Executive of Standard Chartered. Paul, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Andrew. Hello, everybody. So maybe, given that I understand that we are running a little bit late, I forgot. I should start immediately. So I think we've seen these days that ESG has been, as Andrew said, very serious. Nonetheless, I think there has been some sentiment recently about, that actually the funds are slowing down. So is there any confusion about what is transition, what is ESG, what is the sustainability? So maybe I start with Mark. Do you have any, can you tell us about what you feel about this thing? Are we seeing some slowing down in ESG?
Thank you, Paul. Eddie, thank you. This is absolutely extraordinary. Even better than last year. I didn't think it was possible to do that. Even better than last year. So I'll get straight into it. Actually on that theme, look, the main thing is the main thing. So I would very much distinguish between ESG and transition. And transition has come up a number of times in a series of the panels earlier. It's about carbon, it's about knowing your carbon exposure and getting that exposure down, and it's one of the main drivers both of value and risk. So let me back up that statement in a couple of ways and then hand back. The first thing, if you look at, just to give some numbers, and I'll use GFANZ as an example here. 2 years ago, 100-plus institutions, 60 trillion of assets. 2 years ago exactly, at Glasgow, 450 institutions, 130 trillion of combined balance sheet. Now over 600, what's basically 700 institutions, 150 trillion of balance sheet. And that's 150 trillion of balance sheet that's being managed, in a market that has gone down over that period. And about a third of those assets are transition assets, so assets that either are green or are headed in that direction, and increasingly brown to green assets. That's the first point. Second thing, if you look at public markets, and a big theme today has been about public-private markets, I'll just put on the table, there is a huge arbitrage between public and private markets around carbon. And part of that arbitrage is because of information, and I want to salute the HKMA in leadership on disclosure and on transition plans, things we'll get into. The third thing I'll say is that if you're long equity, actually if you're long equity and long debt, you are long carbon. And there's two ways to reduce that exposure if you think the world at least is going to head in the direction of sustainability. One is to have companies that have plans to get that carbon down and to know that. And the second is to have some exposure to carbon credits or carbon credits in some form, and maybe we'll get into that. And then the last thing is just around risk. In the last 3 years, the scale of stranded assets in this region, in the Asian region, has doubled to $4 trillion. Now, that's $4 trillion if the world gets to sub 2 degrees. But directionally, stranded asset risk doubling measured in the trillions, so you need to manage this risk. Flip side, of course, is to grab the opportunity.
Impressive. I guess you all took notes. No, thanks, Mark. I think maybe Valerie, from a fund manager's perspective, I think Amundi has been a leading global player, has been also leading in the ESG thematic, providing a lot of ESG-related product. So what do you think investors, clients look for ESG these days? And what is the investment industry doing to maintain the investor interest in sustainable investing?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Eddie, for your invitation. In order to answer your question, one word of introduction about Amundi. For those of you who don't know us, Amundi is the leading European asset manager. We manage around 2 trillion. And we've been managing assets responsibly for more than 15 years now. This is in our DNA. We've been working on the environment, social and governance, data and analysis for a number of years. We have today around 830 billion of assets that we manage, including ESG criteria for our clients. So to answer your questions, what are our clients asking? Well, actually, it depends a lot on our clients. We're not managing assets for our own accounts. We're managing assets for our clients. So we obviously listen to what they want. But what I can tell you, and it depends a lot whether they are institutional, very large clients, or simply retail savers. So we obviously have a number of solutions for these very different clients. Let me start with institutional large clients around the world. We've seen a significant move over the past few years. Let's say 5 to 10 years ago, what we were mostly doing were including or excluding a number of stocks or states from their portfolio because they wanted not to get involved in a number of companies. Then we worked a lot about ESG criteria, worked on the companies, and then included in the portfolio companies or states which were really overperforming either in taking into account their environment or social aspects, with a strong belief that in the long run, investing or over-investing in these companies is providing value to the portfolio. What is right today, and I'm going to join Mark on that, is that the really important point is now to work on transition. So we have developed low carbon portfolio, but we are mostly today working with big institutional clients on transforming their portfolio in a portfolio which would follow the net zero path, which is a hard work. We already have around 30 billion of assets in that direction, and we'll have close to 400 billion by 2025 to comply with on net zero commitment. A very quick word on retail clients, because this is extremely different, actually more complicated, surprisingly more complicated because regulation is sometimes very complicated and it depends on the country where we are, and also because it has to be meaningful for them. So we're not so much in ESG, but more in impact or thematic funds to make sure they understand what they're investing in. And because we want it to be efficient, we also have developed net zero strategies for them, explaining them that this is the way to help company investing in their own transformation to get to 2050 at the right level. And maybe one last word about what you were asking me about what the investment industry could do. I think as a very large asset manager, our role is to educate, to help, to transform, to analyze, but also very much to engage with company, because we are very important shareholders of a lot of companies in the world. We are engaging them on their climate transformation, discussing, exchanging, challenging sometimes, and trying to make the whole community getting in the right direction.
Thank you, Valérie, for this investor, I would say investment perspective. Maybe so I turn maybe to Bill. I mean, from as a banker, usually we are criticized for not going fast enough, sometimes too fast. So I would say that I think Mark mentioned it. Transition finance is now becoming more and more important, and it takes time and effort to reach the net zero, particularly in emerging markets. So the business of transition finance is fraught with challenges such as lack of clarity in taxonomies, regulation. We understand that Standard Chartered launched the transition finance imperative 2 years ago. So could you share with us how can we scale up transition finance while maintaining market integrity?
Thanks very much for that question. Thanks for having me here, Eddie, and everyone. It's a huge question, and transition finance is obviously part of a much broader process of transition. The finance is the money part, but before we get to the money part, there's a question of transitioning from what to what, and we spend a lot of time understanding and thinking about what the starting point is, how we're going to measure that, and then a lot more time talking about what's a reasonable pathway from where we're starting to net zero. And there's not a very good answer to that as yet. So we know there are organizations like SBTI or the International Energy Agency that have come up with some, I'll say some relatively crude early stage assessments of what a good or appropriate transition looks like. But we haven't completely bottomed that out. And for those corporations who know they have to change their business model and they know that they're going to have to raise financing to accomplish that change in business model, they're just getting on with it, and it's happening at pace. And I certainly from our client base, there's a tremendous willingness to undertake this transformation and make these changes. For those who are a little bit less inclined to engage in the transformation, there's 1,000 places to hide. And these places to hide are the lack of detail, the inconsistency, also some of the ambient noise. And I'm going to say a lot of the fringe community, the environmental activists who talk about transition but don't actually believe in a transition. They believe in a hard stop. But they make a lot of noise. Very, very damaging to the broader ecosystem, which is evolving quite fast. And for us to really focus on transition finance, we've got to be clear about what the transition is first. Finding the money it's not that hard. As Valerie just said, there's a ton of money. As Mark said, the supporters of and participants in GFANZ, trillions and trillions of dollars. What's lacking is standards. And what's lacking is a clarity around what's a good transition and what's good transition finance. We all have our apocryphal stories of having bought a carbon credit, paid real money out of our shareholders or other stakeholders, only to be told that we're greenwashing. Okay, all I know is I had $100, now I've got $90. I'm $10 worse off. I think I invested in a good project. You're telling me I'm a bad person because I did that. Well, that's a pretty big disincentive to do the right thing. How do we get into this quagmire? Because we don't have a consistent set of standards. The consistent definition of what's a good project, what's a good carbon credit, is a key component. And thankfully, there are initiatives there underway as well, including the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Markets, which Mark initiated a few years back, and 450 companies have spent a lot of time getting a consistent set of standards. We've got to nail that, and we've got to get that, and then we have to buy into it, and governments and regulators and other stakeholders around the world need to support that. And then we need to make sure that as we're deploying the financing, that it's done in a just way. So as a bank that operates in very, very developed places like Hong Kong and less developed places like Sub-Saharan Africa, there's very different underlying taxonomies, very different underlying considerations, very different trade-off between the sustainability agenda and economic growth as a practical matter. If we don't have a just transition, i.e. we're not paying attention to the fact that citizens in different markets have the right to grow and prosper at the same time as they have an obligation to contribute to decarbonization. If we don't recognize that fundamentally, we're going to lose billions of people in the world as followers. And I can tell you, if you don't have those billions of people, you don't have a transition. So we've got to be pragmatic about this. We can talk some more about where the money comes from specifically, but we've got, the money is sitting to my right with Mark wearing both a private equity and a UN climate change hat, and Valerie obviously running one of the biggest asset managers in the world. Money isn't the problem. Getting it into the right place credibly and consistently is a challenge.
Thank you, Bill. Well, you're very convincing, and I'm absolutely convinced. But Mark, I mean, you are expert in transition finance. Would you agree that we can both scale up and maintain market integrity?
I think we can. And look, I'll make this brief. And I would just go to our hosts, because Hong Kong has led the main elements of this. First, you've got to. You can't manage something if you don't count it, so you've got to have climate disclosure. It was the TCFD. Now, if you're outside of the U.S., it's the ISSB. Hong Kong's one of the first movers alongside the U.K., Australia, Switzerland, others, 130 countries, 130,000 companies. By the end of next year, will be subject to ISSB mandatory regulation. That's the path we're on. So just to give you a sense of how quickly you can get ahead of that. Might as well get ahead of this room is ahead of most things, so you might as well get ahead of that. That's the first thing. Second thing, I learned one thing in the financial crisis, only one thing. Plan beats no plan. That was the lesson from Tim Geithner. You got to have a transition plan if you're going to manage the issue. And again, Hong Kong is led with the consultation. I think it goes through the exchange, the consultation, right, Laura? But that's the standard, and what will be defined, I think, for COP28, and I'll finish on this, is that we will have a common approach, voluntary approach from the private sector through GFANs on granular transition plans, including, last point, something which is a complement, which is what's your expected emission reduction of your financing? So what impact do you think it has? Obviously, you look at the financial impact, but what carbon are you taking out net on that? And that all fits together. But the message I would leave for this room, if you look to Hong Kong, you see where the world's going. And if you don't believe that, call up the FSB, which has launched the initiative on this, which covers the rest of the jurisdiction.
Thank you, Mark. So maybe let me ask a question for Valérie and Bill, and I'll let you conclude later on, Mark. But where are the concerning development in terms of the public perception towards ESG, and still, we're seeing new development, with technology, embedding ESG, the green, the tech. I think this summer, Hong Kong has been the first one, I think, to issue a bond, tokenize the bond. So, generally speaking, how do you see the potential for technology to speed up, providing impetus for the future development of sustainable finance? First, maybe Valérie, and then Bill.
Well, the way I see technology in this area is really as a tool to help. Let me be very, very concrete. If we want to manage portfolio cleverly for clients, making sure we fill with our fiduciary duties and obviously the main duties, which is to provide good performances, but at the same time impacting in terms of transition, we need to make sure that we make the good decisions. Making the good decisions means having the good information. And it's actually one of the most complicated jobs we have on a concrete basis. We have billions of data. Some of them are interesting, some of them are not. Some of them are clean, some of them are not. Nothing will never replace discussing with the CEO about what he's really doing within his company to transform his business model. But on a concrete basis, in a company like Amundi, where we have 700 professionals and that we manage thousands of portfolios and billions of assets, we need to make sure that we are making the good decision everywhere in the world. So dealing with data, sharing this data, cleaning them, providing right information is absolutely essential. We have a very strong technology within Amundi, which is called Alto, that we provide to our clients, and we developed over the last 3 years Alto Sustainability for our own needs, actually, because we really were needing this to be able to share with all our portfolio managers, analysts, the right information at the right moment. So we now have that. It's very performing. It's very helpful. We provide it to our clients when they want to have it internally as well. And I think technology is very useful for that. Now, speaking about AI, because sometimes it's a question behind the question, we are testing it very seriously because, once again, it helps you to get additional information and up-to-date information on companies. I would remain cautious, nevertheless, because at the end of the day, we need, once again, to be certain that what we're using to make choices are the right ones. So I don't want any black box within Amundi. I want to make sure that we remain extremely pragmatic on this information. So that's, for the time being, what we're doing, mostly Alto Sustainability, which is a great tool to help us to manage the portfolio of our clients efficiently.
Thank you very much. Bill, maybe same questions?
I think the technology question can be looked at a few different ways, but just in sum, I completely agree with the points on data, also on taxonomy. One of the interesting technologies I think that is coming to bear, and in particular in the carbon markets, is DLT or blockchain technology, which is addressing one of the primary concerns in the market, which is around verification and who's done what to verify a particular project. Is it actually doing what it said? And I think an avoided deforestation project, is there actually logging going on? And how are we tracking that? Obviously, the ability to surveil with drones or satellite technology today is fundamentally different than when a lot of carbon credits were issued 20 or 30 years ago. So that form of technology around both verification but also tracking, assimilating data, and then mapping that against the various taxonomies is key. The other generic technology approach is the extremely exciting, I'll call it medium to long-term technologies being developed to extract carbon from the environment, either fundamental business model changes or things like direct air capture, which are very exciting, and they could provide a long-term solution. I worry a little bit that the excitement about some of these future technologies diverts attention away from the migration of business models today, and finding a way to keep the pressure on all of us in the short term. Because frankly, if we continue to burn the Kalimantan and the Amazon forests, there's not a lot that we can do in terms of direct air capture that's going to save this 2% scenario that Mark referred to. So we've got to keep the focus on the short term and be investing in these long-term technologies. Through that combination, obviously, if we bring the money to bear, I think we have a fighting chance here.
Thank you, Bill. So maybe I got my one of the last question maybe to Mark. Of course, you know I have to play for the French. I think the COP21 2015 was really a great breakthrough. It just happened to be in Paris. But I think you're gonna heading probably in Dubai. I mean this month for the COP28. What is that you can share with us, Mark? I mean, what is the expectation? And for the financial industry, what do you think is going to be, if you can share a little bit?
Sure. Well, actually, let me say the first thing is that, yeah, you're being modest, uncharacteristically modest for a French bank, but which is, it wasn't just because it was in Paris. I mean, absolutely the French presidency drove that result. But at Paris, the world was headed to 3.5 degrees. Okay. Right now, the expectation, 7 years on, or 8 years on, is that we're headed to 2.4 on existing policies, but actually what countries say they're going to do by 2030 and beyond, we're headed to 1.7. So there's been a big shift in that regard. It has consequences for stranded assets. It has better, it's not everything, but we need to get there. Okay. That's first context. And there will be a formal stock take, but the numbers that will come out at COP will basically be that. What should we look for as the financial sector? First thing, and this is in public domain, you should look for a deal in the oil and gas sector. The question is how big and how binding. And the core deal that they're looking for is who's signing up for near zero methane by 2030 as a company, as a country, and doubling the energy efficiency of the production and distribution of energy. To give context, 10% of global emissions right now are from the production and distribution of oil and gas, not the burning of oil and gas, production and distribution of oil, gas, and coal. And, you know, the hosts are being very aggressive and ambitious in trying to get as many countries and companies to sign up for that. So looked at that, and it goes to a point which this room will appreciate. I mean, the time value of carbon is huge. So saving emissions today buys time for technological developments and progress, and just rolling out the scale of capital investment that needs to happen with proven technologies to get it. So first is on the oil and gas. Second, I'll make 2 points specifically on finance. Look for progress on the plumbing of finance. We talked a bit about transition plans and the mainstreaming and kind of the world catching up towards where Hong Kong and a few others are around that. And then secondly, and this is an aspiration, but I think we should be putting pressure on the COP presidency and the G20 to make progress on carbon markets. This has been a movable feast of developing standards and talking and talking and talking. Well, literally, the world's burning. And to put context on that, 10% of emissions today come from deforestation. Literally cutting down forests the size of the Netherlands every year, year in, year out. So having support for that, and carbon credits can play a role in that and many other things, including the transition here. So that's the second thing, elements of plumbing around that. I don't think it all gets solved at COP, but it should launch the process to solve it, certainly by the end of the Brazilian presidency the following year. The third thing is look for something major on blended finance for emerging economies at scale, innovative structures that this room, if you want, you can be implicated in this. I mean that in a positive sense. And then the last point is, in the end, finance is the catalyst. It needs the underlying components. That's policies of governments and actions of companies. And there are a series of initiatives around industrial decarbonization that, and I don't want to front run the presidency, but there is a strong desire to take those to an entirely different level of decarbonization, and they're working hard around that, and I'll leave it to them to announce.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, maybe just to add a positive touch to what you said, Mark, and I absolutely agree. Things have really changed. I mean, the fact that we see some backlashes today is for me a good sign, actually. It means that it is becoming real. So when it's real, it's a bit hard, but it's real. This transition is above all an industrial revolution. We need the states to frame it, and especially in the region, we see huge states around us that are taking strong decisions. We see corporates moving seriously and thinking about how they can model their new business organization. We, as the financial industry, can accompany them. We cannot do that for them, but we can accompany them. And as we were saying, there is plenty of money to do it, actually. So we still have 27 years. It's urgent. I agree with you, Mark. But I am absolutely trustful that both the intelligence of the human being and the fact that we have started this revolution will help us achieve the goal.
Thank you, Valérie. I think, I was asked to keep the time, so I won't have the time to ask a few additional questions that we have here. But it was very encouraging, very insightful. I think when we think about it, 10 years ago, we started all these ESG, greenification, transition, sustainability. At that time, it was still viewed as a niche. I think thanks to the asset managers, the banks, the bankers, and also the regulators, and the entire stakeholders, I think now it looks like all these niche has become close to mainstream. In a few years, it will be mainstream. I think Mark was talking about the stranded assets, and I think it's a great journey we've been in. I think we are all in to make this greenification and this planet better. So on that, I conclude, and I thank all our panelists. It was very, very insightful. Thank you very much, and please give us a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, of course, to our moderator, Paul Yang. Well done, sir. If you wouldn't mind taking center stage with your panel so that we can get a photograph in. Merci encore, Valérie Badson. C'était absolument superbe. Mark Carney, the man for whom I choose my socks every year at this event. He knows what I'm talking about. There we go. And Bill Winters, thank you very much. Appropriately next to a man from the high north. So, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, your panel on ESG and sustainability, thank you very much. You may have occasion, some of you, to use the simultaneous interpretation devices very, very soon during the next panel, because we are going to be talking about China. And in recent years, China has changed its focus from high growth to high quality growth. And there are a number of policies that have been announced by the central government in recent years to affect that transition. And we have a panel now that are going to discuss what those policies mean and where there may be opportunities for investment in this new environment. Heading up our panel right now is going to be Ms. Helen Wong, who is the Group Chief Executive from OCBC. She will be coming to the stage. Here she is, moving with some vigor. Thank you very much for joining us. She will be joined by the Chairman of the Bank of China, Mr. Ge Haijiao. Will be coming right up behind her. Thank you very much. Mr. Noel Quinn is the Group Chief Executive for HSBC. And finally, Neil Shen, who is the founding and managing partner at Sequoia China Hongshan. And without any further ado, Helen, they're all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think we passed the noon time. Very happy to be back in Hong Kong, as always. And thank you, Eddie, and the team in HMA to invite me to have I look forward to this chat with, I think, two bankers and big investors that are all very prominent in this part of the world. And so it's very fitting that the topic we're going to talk about is about mainland China GBA. I think everybody knows GBA. I won't say Greater Bay Area anymore. And, of course, Hong Kong. And we want to talk about new dimensions. So for those who don't understand Chinese, Chairman Ge will be speaking in Chinese, so be ready when we are giving a question to Chairman Ge. So just to reflect a little bit about this morning, I think this is the panel that talks about the geography. I think we talk about a lot of other subjects in the morning, crisis, we talk about investment, environment and all that. But just reflecting, I think Vice Premier Lee this morning was talking about Hong Kong, what he expects of Hong Kong. I think the first one is about infrastructure, right? Continue to build so as to make sure that Hong Kong can influence and also can innovate. I think the second point talks about is about Hong Kong keeping an international financial center status, and we need to widen connection and be relevant. And then the third one is have to be agile to changes in the markets and also changes in China. And in fact, it's very, very important that we link China to the rest of the world. So that brings to the point about China, right? I think we're saying that China is in a state of transformation, and we do want to see China moving from high growth to high quality growth. And I think some of the dimensions I think people talk most about must be sustainability, plus a very, very important subject, which is technology innovation. So I think on the ESG, on sustainability, we just have a panel. And I think we have a panel of technology and finance coming up. But in fact, Hong Kong, of course, have our own blueprints about technology development. And indeed, GBA is a place. GBA is a place for a lot of innovation and technology. So I think without further ado, I just want to start the questions for our panelists today. So I'll start with Chairman Ge. So, 各董事长，内地一直在推进创新产业，例如新能源汽车产业方面，引起了全世界的关注。那你认为内地创新产业中哪些板块值得特别的注意？今天就人行的张行长也说过。 这个出口现在也是转型了很多。那创新产业发展能为中国银行带来哪一些的机遇？
好，谢谢主持人。其实大家都非常关心呢内地的创新产业的发展。 过去10年呢，随着科技创新驱动战略的实施呢，内地这个方面的发展确实是非常的快，特别是呢，技术累积突破、市场的需求引导，整体的行业呢，这些新的产品、新的业态和新的模式呢，带动呢产业的增加值是一个快速的累积的过程。这个累积的过程，2022年这些新业态带来的产业的增加值超过21万亿元，在 GDP 的比重也超过17%，这是一个非常巨量的数据。其实主要的方向呢是在几个方面，第一个还是新一代的电子信息技术产业，这个方面呢，内地呢是实现了一个快速的发展，大家印象非常深刻的人工智能、工业互联网、自动驾驶这些领域呢，都是一个快速的进展。同时呢，过去10年呢，电子信息制造产业的增加值的增速呢，也是一个保持了一个连续10年的高速增长。第二个就是绿色低碳产业方面呢，也是快速发展。这些呢，可能在体现在大家都非常关心的，比如说太阳能发电、这个光伏，以及所有的这些新能源的电力的装机的容量呢，到今年的前3季度也是实现了一个快速的增长。新能源汽车的产销量在前3季度也实现了30%以上的一个高速增长。在这个过程中，对中国银行来说呢，中国银行是长期在绿色金融领域、在科技金融领域呢是持续发力。我们在境内外市场这些产品呢，为客户提供的绿色金融的产品，在同业呢一直保持一个领先的地位。未来呢，特别是呢，刚才几位领导也都讲到，上周的中央金融工作会议明确提出呢，科技金融、绿色金融是未来呢中国金融实现高质量发展的一个重要方向。我相信中国银行在这个方面呢，也会抓住新的机会，和客户和我们的合作伙伴一起呢，推动中国金融在绿色方向，在支持科技创新上有新的作为。谢谢。
谢谢董事长。你带到关于绿色金融跟科技的发展哈，谢谢你。So my next question is for No. So No HSBC, of course, is deeply rooted in Hong Kong and has shown long-standing support for innovative companies in both Hong Kong and mainland China. So can you give us more color on how banks can support Hong Kong, the GBA, and mainland in large in developing its innovative economy, and what are the biggest challenges in doing so?
Thanks, Alan. Let me talk about the Greater Bay Area first, if I can. And first of all, not talk about HSBC, but the one thing that's very interesting about the Greater Bay Area is there is one joined-up economic plan for all of the Greater Bay Area. There's a Hong Kong plan, surely, but there's also a Guangdong plan, and they're brought together. So you see one economic plan being developed for that whole conurbation, which is nearly 90 million people and around about $1.8 trillion of GDP. Second thing, in that plan, there are tangible elements in the development of that plan around cross-border information sharing and cross-border people movement. Why is that important? Because in the Greater Bay Area, there are 3 principal pillars. There's clearly the financial community here in Hong Kong. There's the manufacturing community in Guangdong. But there's also the R&D, research, university community as well in both areas, and particularly here in Hong Kong. And you put those 2 together, research development, education, plus financials, plus manufacturing, in one economic zone, the Greater Bay Area, you've got a powerful combination. So that's what I see as the raw material, and a strong commitment from all of the people I speak to develop that as an economic zone. And you will have seen in the policy address in the recent days that the desire to share information and share people movement. So now already it's possible for foreigners based here in Hong Kong to be able to have multi-entry visas, not only into the Greater Bay Area or throughout the Greater Bay Area, but into mainland China. So that mobility is working. if I look at what we, HSBC, have done, we started our journey clearly here in Hong Kong 158 years ago, but we started our journey in mainland China 157 years and 11 months ago. So within 1 month, we were in Shanghai. So the Greater Bay Area, we've been expanding into the Guangdong region with corporate bankers, commercial bankers, personal bankers for quite some time now. So we certainly treat that as a huge opportunity for growth. We're very focused as well on the technology sector that exists here and in the Greater Bay Area more widely. And we've created a special team of people to service the new economy across the Greater Bay Area. And we've given them a special fund, a lending fund, to bank the emerging and early startup businesses. And we've just topped that fund up as well recently because the appetite is great. Let me give you an indication of activity levels post-COVID. The new-to-bank activity in retail banking in the Greater Bay Area is up around about 70%. The new-to-bank activity here in Hong Kong from SME, smaller corporates, is up around about 90%. That's post-COVID. If you look at the flow of wealth from mainland China into Hong Kong, just this year, we're seeing growth in that activity of 3 to 4 times growth in activity. And we're seeing, and that's pre-COVID level growth. So there's a huge flow of wealth management activity coming into Hong Kong post the opening up of COVID. Our insurance business alone this year to date, I think, is up around 40%. And a good proportion of that is the flow of business from mainland China into Hong Kong. So I would say from an activity level point of view, we're seeing a return to levels of activity in wealth management here in Hong Kong as a consequence of the integration with mainland China. In technology, I think there's so much more to do in the new economy. It's an untapped opportunity. But you've got to go to the market with a distinct proposition, and we're very pleased that earlier this year we were able to buy the Silicon Valley Bank business in the UK and recruit the Silicon Valley Bank team here in Hong Kong. So we're now going even further into banking the new economy with full-blooded support for venture debt, venture lending, and supporting the SMEs develop. So that's, give you a flavor of, do I think there's an attractive opportunity in the Greater Bay Area? It's a very simple answer, yes.
Thank you, Noel. I think this is exciting, and the numbers you quoted post-COVID and what Hong Kong role is for Greater Bay Area, that's very exciting. And then we'll pass along the question to Neil. Neil, can I ask you a question in 2 parts? Okay, the first one is I do know that Hong San has always been active supporting the development of I&T in Hong Kong, and you set up the Inox Academy. Do you see any particular area where Hong Kong may have advantage or may be challenging in I&T development? That's the first part about Hong Kong. The second part is about, of course, Hong Kong is so closely linked and is indeed part of GBA, and its I&T is also very much linked to I&T development in mainland China. So can you also share your take on the latest opportunities in the GBA and any sectors in particular?
Thanks. Great to be here. And for the first question, I think, when you look at the Hong Kong tech ecosystem back 8-9 years ago, clearly that we know that, when you look at that sort of activity back then, they are far behind many cities in the world, right? But where's the missing pieces? If you look at Silicon Valley, Beijing, and Shanghai, they're just not capital, but they are more than that. There's an ecosystem, right? So obviously you can argue we should start from a long list of large companies, but then you have to build small company to reach that status. The second piece of that ecosystem are angel investors. And the third piece of that, which is probably the most important, are incubators, all type of service providers to helping the young entrepreneur to grow. And this is, to me, it was exactly what the missing piece back 8-9 years ago. Now, over the last 8-9 years ago, I do see that many of the players in Hong Kong, from government, from private sector, has been all put a lot of efforts, right? So that's exactly what we have been working with the various, a few, university here to launch Hong Kong X and, academy, because we want the, the PhD student at Hong Kong UST in computer science, in robotics, to get a flavor of what entrepreneurship is looking like and helping them to understand what the commercial world wants. And that connection is very, very important to helping them to grow into potential, entrepreneur. That's exactly what we have done. And I also see many people actually, even in this room, have been contribute to that. So what Hong Kong is unique? What do we have, great things to offer? One thing which I've been touched upon is this top universities, right? We have 4 universities in the city which are in the top 100 list. And we're talking about they are strong in some, very important areas. Biotech, medtech, robotics, computer science, and so on. So there are a lot of things you can do to helping the IT conversion from the university to real-life applications and product. That's exactly what Hong Kong has witnessed. And we see some interesting early-stage companies grow into decent size and become very, very important players. The second, I would say, Hong Kong is all to offer is the Hong Kong talent are very international. We're talking about, senior team members who have, substantial working experience, in, overseas, US, Europe, and South Asia. That helped the Hong Kong-based tech company to become very international. Look at the top unicorn here, right? You look at Futu, Airwallex, Klook, and Lala Move. Every single company in that category has non-China, non-Hong Kong business, non-mainland China, non-Hong Kong business. Because the team is able to penetrate into Latin American market, South Asia market, because the team has their early experience, has great exposure, and they understand how to do business in those markets. And this is a big differentiator, frankly, or big edge. At least some of those companies, who are based in Beijing and Shanghai, even though I have to say the mainland Chinese company today are also getting more international. Coming back to the second question, I think I want to borrow a jargon we used before. Back 30, 40 years ago, we talked about 前厂后店, front shop and back factory, right? So, and when you look at this dynamic, it's actually very interesting. The back factory in the GBA area, in other cities of Guangdong, is still humming, but they changed a bit. Back some 40 years ago, those factories about apparels and toys. Now they, over the last 30 years, they gradually move into consumer electronics. Today, they are in the areas of EV battery, new energy, robotics, medical device. That is a very big change. So the question we are got to ask is, what is the role of Hong Kong? We cannot, obviously, you cannot just be a shop anymore. Shop means a trader. Today, the transaction happen directly from mainland Chinese cities to overseas. And that role is diminished. What we have seen over the last 20 years, there's a role of a service, right? I mean, people here, we are the financial market players. We play a role to serve the companies in the GB to raise money here, to transact with investors and so on. That's a role, great to play. But I would say, moving forward, there's even a more important role that Hong Kong could play, which is system. What system? You want management and R&D. If we can actually have talent who can work with, the technology today with those universities at developing some IP, developing a technology, and get the factories in the GBA cities to manufacture them, I think we're going to see some great synergies, and that's a real gateway role Hong Kong have to play. So when you do that, you have to look at what is the areas within the GBA cities which are strong, but at the same time that we have some technology in Hong Kong could actually collaborate with them, right? So, for example, in the areas of robotics, medical device, two, I think, very good examples. You see that it is clearly you have a good match. You have talent here that could actually developing a great company with R&D, with a management skill set, and then working with Guangdong. At the same time, you can use Hong Kong as a launching pad for international business who are originated or who are headquartered in Guangdong. Thank you.
Thank you. This is very exciting. I think we talk about GBA, I reflect. When we first talk about it, I always say it's always good to have people in Hong Kong who probably start with a prototype. And then you go and get the manufacturing done in Shenzhen because you have a lot of engineers, research capabilities there. And then whatever you successfully manufacture in the PRD, Guangzhou is really the big trading center for you to sell the products around in the country. And of course, exports through Hong Kong if needed. And then eventually, we can do some celebration and relaxation in Macau. I think that's GBA to me in a way. I'd like to turn back to Noel. So we call you a foreign bank in mainland China. Probably you will say no. Of course, you already said that GBA is where the opportunity is, and you said yes. So, but as do I call you a foreign bank? I don't think so. But with a long route in Hong Kong and indeed a long history of operating in mainland China, so what's your strategy? Maybe I'm asking you for some trade secrets here to capture GBA opportunities.
Helen, you know all the trade secrets. We worked together for many years, so what I know, you know. I've been called many things in recent years, but I guess I'm neither local or foreign. I believe at the core of what we do is international banking and internationalism. That's at the core of what we do, and that's helping entrepreneurs, helping businesses navigate the world. And the world is complex to navigate at the moment, but that's what we've been doing for 158 years, is help entrepreneurs, businesses trade with the world, operate in the world. And that's exactly what I think we can offer here to the Greater Bay Area, is help those companies grow, innovate, develop, manufacture, and then trade globally. And that's the complete picture. So if I was to look at any label, it's international banking, largely for entrepreneurs. And, a lot of people have asked me, why did we buy Silicon Valley Bank in the UK? Why did we do that? And the simple answer is we've been a bank for entrepreneurs for 158 years. That's what we started out doing, and that's what we've been doing for 158 years. Those entrepreneurs then become PLCs, but they start as entrepreneurs. And I firmly believe that the tech sector, there are two big themes in the world at the moment. One is innovation and the other is ESG. And being able to help develop solutions for innovation economy and to help those innovation companies go global and expand their businesses is a huge opportunity. And then helping the world globally find financing solutions for sustainability is another huge theme. And I think both of those are relevant to here in Asia, and particularly in China. They're both relevant themes, and therefore represent huge opportunity.
Thank you, Noel. I think we'll come back to these two big themes before we ask one more question to Chairman Ge, which is more a technical question. 葛董事长在从事大湾区相关的业务的时候，其中一个特点是内地、澳门跟香港其实都有不同的法制，还有不同的监管的要求。那当然，中银在三地都是有非常大的规模。那如何在不同的法制跟监管要求之下，可以自己开展大湾区的业务呢？我想这个是很多外资银行都想关注的、关心的一个问题。
非常好的一个问题啊。对中银来说呢，大家都知道，中国银行集团呢在湾区呢，其实100年前呢就是在这里就存在。我们1914年在广东的分行，1917年在香港，1950年在澳门。到目前为止呢，中国银行集团呢在 大湾区也是集团最大的资产分布的地区。同时，我们呢也有一个庞大的、富有国际经验的团队在运营中银香港。特别是呢，中银香港呢，在前几年呢，我们把东南亚的9个国家的分支机构也纳入中银香港这个范围之内。其实呢，我觉得核心的问题呢，是我们对这个地区的监管政策、市场环境和人文环境、法律还是都非常了解。在这个背景下，我觉得对中银来说，对金融机构来说，就是更多的能够呢，在监管协同下呢，推进业务产品的创新。这种产品的创新呢，我觉得不是单一产品的推出，更多的是推出呢，真正能够有更多的客户需求、有客户能够使用的产品。这些呢，我觉得是我们要竭力呢，能够呢，持续的向市场提供的我们的服务，这是重点。
谢谢。我没有看见写过来的。Okay, I should go back to English. I haven't seen any questions on my iPad, but may I just ask, is there any questions from the floor? We have a few minutes. Okay, if that is so, I want to invite the three speakers to have just one last question, maybe a minute or 30 seconds each. Because you just brought up sustainability and also technology, right? New economy. So if we're saying that, you have to think about how to just bring your forces in mainland China, GBA, of course, including Hong Kong, together on this subject. What is the one thing you think is immediate that you want to do?
To solve the sustainability challenge is going to require new technology. Today's business models need to be reinvented through, and many new technologies have to be brought to market. I think the innovation is only one step of the process, though. You've then got to scale it, and you've got to scale it fast. And that requires the ability to build and deploy, and then finally, and along the way, finance it. So although I talk about two themes, I actually think the themes are absolutely interconnected. To solve the sustainability challenge for today's industrial base requires technological innovation. But then once the innovation's done, the big challenge is scale. How do you get it there fast? And faster than we've ever done in the history of the industrial sort of revolution. We've got to do in 20 years, 30 years, what might have been done historically in 100. And I think China has a massive role to play in that. And I think the Greater Bay Area, including Hong Kong, can be a massive facilitator of it as well.
Thank you. Neil, any thoughts on that?
Well, I think, whatever technology, at the end of the day, when you look at the cluster here, the GBA, we are competing against other cluster, whether it's the, whether it's the Yangtze Delta area or whether it's the Silicon Valley, the New York, whatever, UK. At the end of the day, it's the competition of talent, right? So with Hong Kong integrated into part of the city, the mainland, cities of, GBA, what we hope to achieve is obviously you see more talent could be attracted to this cluster. And, people could actually take advantage of all the resources within the different cities and to obviously developing companies or to actually creating great values, which otherwise they cannot, right? So again, I think the Hong Kong's role needs to be shifted from the shop to service and probably increasingly more to system. Thank you.
Totally agree. 董事长呢？还有补充吗？好 we're right on the dot, 30 minutes, so no one more minute left. So may I invite everyone to thank the three panel members. And thank you for having us.
And thank you to our moderator, Helen Wong. Marvelous job, Helen. You have one last task, is to take a photo with our panelists at center stage. Wonderful job there. We do appreciate the temporal discipline on the part of Helen Wong. Well done. There we go. I did not know that little bit of personal background between Noel and Helen, former colleagues. There must be some secrets to be told there. All right. Well, thank you once again. We are talking technology, which is changing all of our lives. Now, last year, right here on this stage, our panel identified that there were going to be changes in terms of how we did business in terms of risk management, business processes, really changes across the entire financial landscape, and that panel nailed it. All that has come to pass. In addition to that, we have added a new term to our lexicon, generative AI, helping us to make sense of all of these new changes and new technologies and how they are going to transform the world of finance. We welcome our panel now, which will be led by Nicolas Aguzin, the Chief Executive Officer of the Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing, also known as the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Nicolas, please come on up. Don't be shy. He is going to be joined on this panel by Henry Fernandez. Henry is the Chairman and CEO at MSCI. Joining him as well is Jane Fraser, the CEO at Citi, and as well Jenny Johnson, who is the President and CEO of Franklin Templeton. Nicholas?
Thank you very much.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's going to be great to share insights with this wonderful lineup of speakers that we have here today to talk about technology, which is, of course, of great interest to everyone in the financial community. And last year, we did explore technology in quite a bit of detail, and we talked about all the disruptive potential of technology, particularly around the value proposition that it has for institutions, for how it changes the business process, and also how we manage risk management in that context. So today, we're going to explore what happened in the last year, what have been the changes, and a year is a really long time in terms of technology. Lots of things can happen. We're going to be talking about generative AI, DLT, tokenization, digital assets. So we're going to go right into it, and thank you very much for being here to all of our panel. I'm going to start with Henry, with one of the hottest technology topics of the year, which is generative AI. And Henry, you just announced an agreement with Google to cooperate in terms of generative AI. So it'll be great if you can tell us a little bit how you're applying AI in your business and how is it transforming your industry.
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, Eddie. Thank you for the invitation. This is my 44th year coming to Hong Kong, and I've seen a lot of change, and the more I come, the more I like it, the change that is happening here. Pleasure to be in this panel here as well. We were joking that we could conduct this panel in Spanish, but we are, or Mandarin, but we're going to do it in English. First of all, a lot of what we do and what we help power the investment and finance industry is based on three things: investment data, investment models, and investment technology. So data, models, technology, almost like lettuce, tomato, carrots, right? And therefore, this generative AI, we've been using predictive AI for about 10 years now, but it's a totally different game now with generative AI. It takes us to a completely different sphere in those disciplines, which is the ability to capture, store, and use data. The world runs on data. Everything we do is a lot of data at its foundation. So the ability to do that. Secondly, the ability to use models and embed AI into those models is going to be totally transformative. And by models, I mean performance attribution, risk management, liquidity, obviously ESG ratings, climate metrics, the ability to accelerate, the use of those models, and being able to put in almost like an artificial intelligent agent or analyst embedded in the products so that we can, you can interface with that. And obviously the impact on technology, we estimate, and we're already going through this, that we can save 35 to 50% of our coders' time. We have about 2,000 technologists in our company through the use of AI in helping write code. So the partnership with Google was predicated on, initially was the use of Google and Microsoft for cloud computing, but then we migrated to, Google is the best data company in the world. All of us get mesmerized by the search engine of Google. That search engine will be useless without the underlying data structure. So Google is going to help us become the largest data gathering, data building company in the investment industry. And the second part of the partnership was how do we use their generative AI concepts and models with that underlying data. In our everyday life, we can use AI to query a lot of things, get nice information. In the investment and finance industry, you need an extreme level of accuracy when you ask questions. You cannot joke around and get half an answer. So being able to use machine learning and some of the models to then query a huge but very defined set of investment data to come up with very accurate understanding of that is going to be transformative, and that's what they're going to help us with.
Great. Well, thank you, Henry. Jane, switching to you, Citi has been talking about the use of generative AI for quite a bit of time now, and you have really embraced it for some years. Now, one of the topics that a lot of people are questioning about, generative AI is a little bit of a black box in terms of the outputs, how some decisions are being made and all that. So love to hear what you're doing around generative AI, and specifically, how do you manage all the potential risks and reputational issues emerging from the use of generative AI?
So I think, like Henry, we very much view generative AI, when it sort of came on the stage last November, as a once-in-a-lifetime change. And with that, where we see the opportunities outweighing the risks of AI and generative AI, recognizing that there are both. And so we embrace it for both our customers and what it can do for them, as well as for amplifying the power of our people. And on the people front, we basically look at it and say, so if you think of an average person's job, about 80% of the time is processing, 20% is content, and we expect that to flip through the amplifying power of AI as it comes through. I certainly hope it will do so for me. And then when we then think about how do we then act responsibly around it, we put in place a Center for AI Excellence in 2021, which we're now using for generative AI as well, just to help guide us. And we have a series of principles, and those principles are around innovation, how we innovate, they're around how we manage the risk, as well as how we govern ourselves. And they've proven very useful indeed for how we're then thinking about the development of AI within the firm, the type of control environment, and proceeding with high ambition, but also considerable caution. We're hoping that by the end of the first quarter next year, we'll have all 40,000 of the coders that we have in the firm fully enabled around AI, and we're conservatively thinking we'd expect to see at least a 10% productivity uplift from them. I suspect it's going to be much, much greater in the future. The initial pieces we're seeing is in terms of the productivity uplift is our lower performers are getting up to roughly the same standards as the higher performers. But the early days is really around the coding side and productivity. It's when we start looking at how we're going to start treating customers, the customer servicing aspect, that you get pretty excited. But then you've got to make sure you've got principles such as fairness, human centricity of AI, and these other principles that become very relevant for guiding how we do that. I can see Jenny's chomping at the bit here to jump in on investing.
So, we've been using AI for a while in investing. And if you think about investing, it's actually really simple. There's only 3 decisions you make: buy, sell, size. And so in the decision and looking at your own biases in that, You're deciding, whether once you've made a decision to buy, how quickly do you do it? How quickly do you size it? And do you lag in selling it? And so using AI and machine learning to just get better and better has been something that we've incorporated to our investment processes. Our emerging market team, which does active management but has built a quant overlay to try to build in some downside protection. So those are all kind of the machine learning portion of it. Generative AI, as both Henry and Jane said, I think is a game changer in the sense that, well, first of all, think about generative AI as like, this is how it was described to me by our tech portfolio manager. It's like a really smart intern. So you'd never trust the judgment of the intern, but you're going to take the information. So that's one. Second of all, it's like the student who gets an A in the English class but is failing math. It does not deal with numbers at all. And then the third, it's a bit like if you've ever paid a trainer to train your dog, you learn that 20% of the effort is training the dog, 80% of the effort is training you as the owner of the dog. And generative AI is a bit like that. It's actually, when you think you're training a model, it's actually learning how to engage with that model to iterate and get better and better, and that's much more challenging. And then, the types of opportunities, we were trying to just brainstorm on ideas. Like if you think about, you have a big macro event, Russia invades Ukraine, you can immediately say to your portfolio, tell me the companies that are impacted by this. And it can go out, it looks at all your historical write-ups and analysis on that. It looks at all regulatory filings. It can look at social media. You'll have models that will look at images and come back with kind of a first cut. Now, of course, humans going to have to then look at it, but a first cut at analyzing quickly, where should I focus within my portfolio?
Okay, very interesting. I love the analogies that you used about AI. So, Jane, turning back to you around, mostly around the fintech space and what's happening around other types of technologies like blockchain, digital assets, and what Citi's doing to use those to really enhance the experiences. And what do you see as the key challenges and opportunities for global banks, and how are you approaching all this space?
This is one of the areas we give a real shout out to HKMA as well, around the framework that's been put in place, because I think we've seen as new technologies, particularly in the digital asset space, come out, if you don't have the right framework around, it really inhibits both the innovators, it inhibits the institutions, it certainly inhibits the users and the consumers. So having the framework, this is an area we've certainly found HKMA, so thank you, Eddie. It provides exactly that, and I think that's why we're seeing quite a few of the leaps forward here in areas such as tokenization and the like. Blockchain took a long time to really get some more sort of traction in many of the different areas compared to, I think, what we all thought about a decade ago. I remember we first went to the board 10 years ago with blockchain. Thinking it was going to be faster in it. What we're seeing at the moment is more of now, I think, the convergence with tokenization in the technologies between what's happening in the real world, as it were, together with these technologies. So I'll give you an example. One of the big canal authorities in the world that we work with, we've put together smart contracts together with the payment capabilities and the tokenization on a blockchain ledger that now enables the ships, instead of waiting a day and a half and having to put things through fax machines, it takes about a minute and a half for the payment together with all of the documentation, the smart contract, to get the permissioning to go through. So the types of efficiencies we're starting to see from the technology, it gets to be very exciting. Similarly with the RLNs, as we start seeing CBDCs getting connected together with the actual payment networks around the world. We've been doing some work with the Fed on that. We've been seeing Banco do Brasil doing the same thing. Brazil and the UK, obviously this part of the world is doing a lot of innovations there. But it's seeing these two converging, I think, is where we're starting to see much more action and greater traction coming. and it's getting much more exciting. But again, we need to have the right regulatory framework for us to be able to work on this in a responsible way to everybody's benefit. And that's when things start getting going.
Yeah, Jane, and I'd like to just complement what you said about regulatory environments, and I agree with you that, Eddie, I mean, the way that you're approaching, regulatory environment, and also Julia, SFC, how you cooperate, I mean, with HKMA and with all the government policy makers to make sure that not only you're thinking about the safety and security of the system, but also in a future-looking way, constructive way, trying to leverage all the new technologies. So it's really fabulous to see an environment that is very forward-looking and proactive. So turning back, Jenny, to you around the use of tokenization, blockchain, you've been using that quite a bit, and how do you see that affecting the asset management industry?
Well, first of all, I couldn't agree more with Jane on 2 points. One is...
That's a first.
One is that from an infrastructure standpoint, huge opportunity, and I think we all recognize it over time as these various projects come together. There's going to be great cost efficiencies in the system. And two, the work that's done with HKMA and in Hong Kong here on the regulatory front, we're following it all over the world, and you've been real leaders because you've been willing to come out with very clear guidance on that, so that's great. So Franklin Templeton got involved in blockchain early on. The first thing we did was decide we wanted to do a tokenized money market fund. And so we built a shareholder servicing system on chain, and then we actually worked with the SEC, so it's an approved regulated money market fund. And in that process, we saw a couple things, as well as a hot cold storage wallet. So it gave us some good insights into how the cost, because we ran 4 of our own transfer agency systems historically, and we were astonished even ourselves to figure out how much less expensive it was to run it on chain. And then 2, we ended up, you had to hold coins because you need to be able to pay for the transaction. So this is a public chain money market system. So transactions are on a public chain. Obviously, the shareholders' information is on our private chain. And so as we then started to hold, we did on the Stellar Network, Lumens, we started to recognize, wow, if you hold these, it's interesting. As a node validator, you're learning a lot of information about what's going on. So today, we actually validate 5 different chains. And for those who completely think about dismissing this, I just want to say that the Ethereum network, if it were a public company, hit $10 billion in revenue at about the same pace as Google and Facebook hit $10 billion in revenue, faster than Microsoft, Workday, and Salesforce. So whether you can get comfortable with the Ethereum coin as revenue, there's something very real here. And so as we looked at that, we then built kind of active management strategies around that. So we actually have a team. If you read the write-ups that our team will do, I think there's 30 coins that we feel very, very comfortable with. It would be as detailed. As a matter of fact, they came out of our fixed income group. It would be as detailed as any write-up that we have anywhere in our equity or fixed income world. And then what gets us really excited is that what Jane was talking about is just the efficiency of this. So if you think about blockchain, it does 3 things, right? So number 1, it has a smart contract. So it has the ability to just execute a contract without anybody getting involved, no title company to prove that ownership or anything. Number 2, it has a payment mechanism. And number 3, because it's a general ledger, you don't have to validate that the rights of whoever owns it has all the rights to the contract, right? So it takes a lot of the friction out of transactions. And if you can do that, you can actually fractionalize transactions more. So my favorite example to bring this home is Rihanna, the singer, who came up and issued 300 NFTs, each one with the right to 0.00033% royalty of one of her biggest songs. Well, why can she do that? Because when the streaming service plays her song, the smart contract can kick off, and those fractions of pennies that or fractions of, of whatever the payment is, comes in and then comes right into whoever owns that in the wallet. So you can imagine that there are going to be the ability, blockchain's going to unlock uncorrelated, untraditional types of investment capabilities that people, and you're already seeing it, I won't spend any more time, but you're already starting to see those, that will be uncorrelated to the rest of your portfolio, which as an asset manager is really interesting to us.
Well, digitalization is obviously affecting the financial markets to a great degree. And Henry, I'll come back to you and just like ask you the question, how is technology, but also data, metrics, indices, how are you using all that to make sure that investors are allocating their assets in the right places, and how can you help in that decision-making process?
So if you just think about holistically at MSCI, there's about $15 trillion of assets following our indices. There's about $20 trillion of assets being risk managed in our platform, in our servers. And there is about $15 trillion of data in our private asset class databases. And all of, and if you just take the last one, $15 trillion of private real estate, private equity, private debt, private infrastructure, and it's all digitalized already. It's all in place. So the ability to then build models on top of that with the latest technology and being able to look at the underlying characteristic of each one of these assets. For example, in real estate, we collect about 130 different fields for every property, some hundreds of thousands of property in the world. So the ability to be able to gather that information, which we have, being able to then use models for climate emission estimates, for example, for implied temperature rise, metrics, and being able to project the climate emission and the climate risk of those assets and the climate emissions of, any one of those entities, and correlating that to the balance sheet of banks, the asset under management of, asset managers, et cetera, is an enormous game change in our industry. So again, it's the ability to collect the data, and we obviously using advanced technology, and then being able to build models. So what we're on the cusp of seeing in the investment industry is the equivalent of the search engine on top of the data from Google. So if you look at that, that is the incredible game change that is taking place right now, and we're at the cusp of explosion of that.
You've been quite focused on ESG. Are there areas of ESG that you think this is going to be very important?
Yes, I normally jokingly say that at MSCI, we're collecting more information about every single issuer in the world that all the intelligence agencies in the world combine, right? That makes us, a big target sometimes, but being able to do that and then being able to look at that data and look at the social characteristics of those issuers, the governance, the climate, and all of that is going to be able to shed an incredible amount of transparency of every economic agent in the world.
Mm-hmm. Great. All right, so just to wrap up, because we're running a little short on time, besides what we discussed, blockchain or artificial intelligence, generative AI, what other technological development or analytical innovation should we keep an eye on, or are you focused on? And let me start with Jenny, then we'll go with Jane and Henry.
I won't steal yours, Jane. I'll go with something else. She gave me a heads up on where she was going. I'm going to actually say it's the convergence of all these technologies that is enabling such great breakthroughs. And I just read about two things that I just thought were amazing to think about. And again, generative AI is built on cloud computing. It's built on so many things. So one was the head of AI at Stanford University shared that there was a professor at Stanford that spent their entire career mapping a single protein in the genome on a human. There are about 20,000 proteins in the human genome. They then used generative AI or some sort of AI, and they mapped all 20,000 of them in 1 year. So imagine that professor spent the entire lifetime. So think about that amazing breakthrough that we're going to have. So, and there's story after story where you're just going to see massive productivity, which will then open up tremendous opportunity and innovation.
Yeah. So I was torn between two. The obvious one, which I think is on everyone's tongue, will be quantum computing, is obviously going to be over the next, in a decade's time, the next big game changer, but we better start getting ready for it because the years go by pretty quickly these days. And then linked, I think, into all of this is what we always talk about of fintegration, which is how is it that we're really leveraging all the different innovations that are happening around and incorporating them into our business models without having to own them all. So those are the two big trends that we see.
So I would agree with Jane that, and Jenny, my good friends here, that clearly, it would be great to have another technology revolution taking place. But we're very busy with what we currently have right now. So clearly quantum computing will unleash an incredible ability to calculate things. But we got enough right now, so the ability, what we are, as I said, at the cusp of is the equivalent of the search engine on top of data for consumers, the search engine on top of investment data, and the unleashing of that power to understand portfolios, to understand companies, and to understand that and create that transparency, and being able to calculate a lot of that through cloud computing, being able to distribute it through, through a lot of, obviously, software applications, but importantly with an analyst at your, the analyst that you were talking about, Jenny, in the intelligent analyst but you can trust, though.
Well, Henry, Jane, and Jenny, thank you very much for your time. This is a sector that obviously is very important. It has shown exponential growth over the last few years, and I'm sure when we come back next year, we'll have a lot of new things to be discussing. So thank you very much for your time, and off to lunch. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Nicolas, and muchas gracias, Senor Fernandez. Thank you very much, Jenny, Jane, our panel on technology. Absolutely marvelous. Well done. And there we go. Jane Fraser bringing a little bit of color to the stage. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a little break for lunch, and then we are going to have a special keynote who's going to be joining us. And after that, a little something special, a little something different for you. But that will all be coming after we do give you a chance to have a bite over lunch here at the beautiful Four Seasons. My team is clearing the stage because we want to put something up in front of you that takes you back in time. It's a little bit of a time machine. Back the great distance of about 15 hours ago. 15 hours when you were all at the beautiful Palace Museum. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get one last footstool off the table and run a little video. Some highlights from last night's dinner. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell already that you are enjoying your lunch here at the beautiful Four Seasons Hotel right in the heart of Hong Kong. And I would like your attention up here on the main stage because I am bringing a very special guest to come and deliver a keynote address. Now, quite often at these events, for the most senior government officials in the Hong Kong government, I am frequently asked to keep the introductions content light. Just the basics. So I will just say that I am thrilled to introduce for the second time in 2 years on this stage and the second time on a week to the stage to address this audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome the Financial Secretary of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Paul Chan.
Eddie, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Oh, what a stimulating and hardworking morning. I know you all treasure this little lunch break and look forward to your main course. So I would keep my remarks brief. I wish to update you on two subjects. One relates to Hong Kong's capital market development in terms of fund flows, and the other is about Hong Kong's economy. On the first subject, it is about Hong Kong's unique role in our country's prudent and orderly opening of her capital market and enabling mainland capital to go global, as well as internationalization of the renminbi. In all this, Hong Kong's connectivity and international facing are the key. On facilitating capital flow, perhaps let me highlight the recent enhancements to our Connect schemes with the mainland. As you all know, the Connect scheme was first introduced back in November 2014, starting between Hong Kong and Shanghai in the stock market, and then extended to Shenzhen. And in 2017, it was Bond Connect, and in 2021, start to extend to index futures. 2022, inclusion of ETF in the Connect. And this year, there are a couple of important enhancements and developments that I would like to highlight to you. One is extending the Connect, from products to derivatives, meaning that from stock, bonds, ETF, to risk management products, like interest rate swaps, A50 index futures. Of course, from investors' standpoint, this may not be enough. So going forward, we'll continue to work hard on things like bond futures, A50 index options. So that is on derivatives. The second development that I would like to highlight is renminbi-denominated products. As some of you may know, now on our stock exchange, 24 major stocks can be traded at the same time in both Hong Kong dollar and renminbi. And what is more is that we are working very hard for this, what we call the RMB counter, to be included in the Southbound Connect, so that mainland investors can access these stocks by using their renminbi without the need of going through extra costs and foreign exchange risks. And what is more, we are working with the regulators, with the blessings from the mainland authority, to include international companies listed on our stock exchange to be included in the Southbound Connect. This is very important. Consider a company from the Middle East coming here for listing would be able to access both international and mainland capital. The liquidity would be very different, so that the valuation will properly reflect that. We are also, at the moment, trying very hard to diversify the listing of the issuers to our stock exchange and international capital. Earlier on, when you heard the speeches from my colleagues, you will know that given the geopolitical tensions, traditional markets, US, Europe, continue to be very important. But at the same time, we need to diversify, and we need to work hard to attract more liquidity and more quality issuers to come. And that is one on the connectivity arrangement. The second subject I would like to share with you is about Hong Kong economy. This year, despite the external headwinds, very complex and changing circumstances, we expect our GDP growth to be over 3%. Well, it is a little slower than what we would like to see, but this recovery effort is sustaining. And with the connectivity with the international community to continue to improve by having full resumptions, say for example, in international flight connections, more visitors will come and more business will flow from that. Looking into the short term, the major driver of our economic growth for the rest of this year and perhaps into the first quarter would continue to be export of services, tourism arrival, and private consumption. Going into the medium term, the way we see it is that the twin engines of growth for Hong Kong economy would be financial services and technology and innovation. Financial services is obvious, so I do not need to elaborate. On innovation and technology, allow me to spend a few minutes. Over the past few years, the government has invested close to 200 billion Hong Kong dollar into the innovation and technology sector in order to build a vibrant ecosystem, in order to attract more companies to come, in order to bring a sustainable driver to our economy. And this is important to us, not just for the economy's sake, but also hoping that it will give our people better quality job options. In this attempt, we have chosen 4 areas to focus our energy. One is artificial intelligence and big data analytics. The second one is health science, biotech. And the third one is fintech. And finally, new material, advanced manufacturing. We know that building such an ecosystem is not easy. In order to fast-track this development, since October last year, we launched 2 new initiatives. One is to attract strategic businesses to come to Hong Kong to set up their operation. The second is to attract talents to come. So since December last year to the end of September, we have managed to attract more than 30 companies coming to Hong Kong. Altogether, in the initial years, they will invest over 30 billion Hong Kong dollars and creating about 10,000 jobs, and most of which are research and managerial jobs. And there are much more in the pipeline. And in this pursuit, we have also made good use of our physical reserve. And we have set up a Hong Kong investment company. The purpose of this company is that in the process of negotiating with these companies, of course, we want them to have certain commitment as to the level of investment, the level of employment, the level of technology that they are bringing in. So in return for that, if they want us to take a minority stake so that we put money to where our mouth is, we are willing to do so. And this Hong Kong investment company is now up and running. That is one part of the Hong Kong IC's responsibility. The other part is through the Hong Kong IC, we dish out mandates to general partners, asking them to use that money into the sectors that we want to drive, into sectors that will facilitate the longer-term development of Hong Kong. So that is on attracting businesses in Hong Kong IC. In terms of talent, since we launched our top talent admission schemes and relax certain other restrictions in other talent admission schemes, up till the end of September, we have received over 180,000 applications, and we have approved over 100,000 of them. And in fact, over 70,000 of those talents have already arrived, come to Hong Kong. And we are also making other facilitating measures to ease their settling into our community, including a one-stop window to assist the education of the finding of international school places, finding their residence. We also, in terms of stamp duty, in connection with purchase of residential properties, we also do some relaxations for them. So we are making good progress on both fronts. We are continue to work hard on that because we believe by doing so, it would expedite our economic development and making Hong Kong even more attractive to businesses and talents. And finally, if I may also mention, in the coming decade, we will be making massive investments in infrastructure, not just land supply, not just residential house, but also in terms of transport infrastructure, the connectivity with the GBA. So for those of you in the financial sector, I think this is huge opportunities. And we welcome you to co-invest with us, to work with us. Finally, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. And let me express my heartfelt appreciation to you all for joining us at this event. We appreciate very much your support. And we do hope that, apart from work, please do enjoy the city. Thank you.
All right, and thank you very much for joining us, Financial Secretary. Much appreciated, as always. Thank you very much, Mr. Chan. We are now going to do something a little different, something a little special. As you can see, they're going to be affecting a transformation of the stage, which will suggest that the next special person that I'm going to be inviting up here will have some friends joining him shortly. And I'm going to drag this out as long as I can until I can get this guy on stage. Here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a tremendous morning here so far, and we are going to be extending it with a special conversation among some very special people. The leader of this conversation, and to close out our event today, is going to be none other than the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. He's going to be coming to the stage one more time. I must say, with FinTech Week last week, and the Global Financial Leaders Investment Summit this week. He has been a very, very busy man, and we have a place for him to sit, so please welcome one more time Mr. Eddie Yu from the HKMA.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for the patience to sit through the whole morning. And we've talked a lot this morning about the complexities of the world, about serious subjects like technology, ESG, etc., etc. But for this lunch fireside chat, I'm sorry that we're running a bit out of time, so we're serving you while doing this fireside chat. And for this fireside chat, we are actually thinking that, hey, we've talked enough about the world. And this chat will be a bit more Hong Kong-centric. In fact, it will be very Hong Kong MA-centric because, after all, this is our birthday party and you're our guest, and it's quite legitimate to talk a bit about the HKMA. And what I'm going to do is to take you down the memory lane to the day when we were established. It was the 1st of April, 1993, 30 years ago. And at that time, we had a very, so fast. Well, that is actually the day of our opening of the HKMA, the first day that we came into business. At that time, we were just a small office. You can see that there are only 12 people there. I was in the office of the exchange fund with just 60 people, managing about $38 billion US. And after 30 years, we've now become more than 1,000 people, managing more than $420 billion US. But what's special about this photo is that, well, so far in the 30 years, we've got only 3 generations of the head of the HKMA. And all 3 heads are actually in that picture. So I'm going to let you have a guessing game about who's who in that picture. Now, let me start with the easy one. And the first one, he looks exactly the same. Except that the black hair has turned into white hair. And the second one is this. Well, he's actually very similar, and he looks forever young, and he looks very much like the same. But the difficulty, the challenge for you is to find me here. Mind you, I was 30 years younger, and I had a lot more hair than what I have now. And this is me. All right. and of course, a traditional Chinese opening ceremony cannot be complete without our best friend, the roaster pig. And we share everything that day. So it was the first day of our opening in a very modest office in the Admiralty Center 30 years ago. And I'm very glad that our 2 previous chief executives of the HKMA is also with us today. And I would like to invite both Joseph and Norman up the stage so that we can have a short and sweet fireside chat. Mind you, this is actually the first time ever that the 3 of us are on the same stage having a fireside chat. We have never even taken a photo publicly for the 3 generations of the HKMA. Please take a seat. Now, let me start with you, Joseph. Literally and realistically, you were actually the one creating the HKMA. It was 30 years ago. Can you take us through the memory lane to tell us what the background is? Why do you think there's a need? And at one point, I thought you told me that because it was in 93, the preparation was more like in 91 to 92, and it was to run up to the handover of sovereignty in 97. It was a sensitive time. You once told me that the creation of the HKMA has to involve both the British and the Chinese central banks. And is there any pivotal moment, deciding moment through that process that you can share with us, Joseph?
I mean, if you want to look back into history, I suppose a defining moment can be a decade long, okay? So if you look at the 10 years before the setting up of the monetary authority, you remember what happened? We had a monetary crisis in 1983. leading to the fixing of the exchange rate. We had at the same time a banking crisis which lasted for 4 years, involving the rescue of 7 banks in total, and I was involved in doing all that. And then in 1987, we had the stock market crisis. So we had a monetary crisis, banking crisis, stock market crisis. Now, as a junior officer, having some responsibility on money and finance in Hong Kong, I said to myself, hey, this is not on. And the political handover, it's getting near on the time horizon. So the defining moment, therefore, was the time when I decided that apart from firefighting, you've got to do a bit of work on fire prevention as well. And that means creating the infrastructure, 3 I's actually, creating the infrastructure, creating the instruments, and creating the institutions necessary to command confidence amongst yourself that Hong Kong works, okay? So that was done actually around 1988. And the first event, actually, I don't know whether O'Neill Quinn has already left, right? We had to wrestle, actually, from the Hong Kong Bank, which was the clearing bank of the banking system, and therefore in a position to create money in the hands of a commercial bank. We had to rescue the power to create money from a commercial bank, the clearing bank, back into some form of a government institution. So we managed to do that in 1988, and that was the first of the fire prevention measure that we introduced. And then after that, of course, we were the first, among the first jurisdictions to introduce capital adequacy requirement in the banking system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And until 93, the time has matured for us to set up the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. You were right, we had to talk. We were in the colonial government, and because of the royal instructions and the letters patent, anything, any change in Hong Kong concerning the monetary and financial system, you have to go to Whitehall. And if we were to change something before 1997 that affects Hong Kong, after 1997, you have to go to Beijing. So I had to convince Whitehall, Beijing, and of course Hong Kong, the colonial government here in Hong Kong. That process was a long one and a painful one. But after, acquiring that power of control over money in 1988, we had established a bit of confidence, a bit of trust amongst the 3 sort of institutions. I had to go over to the Bank of England and in front of 7 or 8 people, including Eddie George, now sadly has passed away, and somebody called Tony Colby. I don't know whether anybody knows him. He's a very, very a knowledgeable technical person, and a number of others, including Ian Pendelate, I think. So I had to sit there in front of 7 or 8 of them and tell them that, hey, I want to do this, please give me support. So, that sort of moments, I suppose, would define the HKMA, but it lasted for 10 years, actually. That's a whole decade of hard work, switching from firefighting to fire prevention.
Right. After the establishment of the HKMA, you were still confronted with many different crises. 4 years after, we've got the Asian financial crisis, and then there's this very famous market intervention into the stock market. And then, of course, we've got the global financial crisis. But in between, we've got SARS, we've got also the pandemic. We've got SARS. Pandemic is my era and not yours. We've got SARS. And every time, when we go through all these crises, even when there was the handover of the sovereignty, there were always doomsayers saying that, hey, Hong Kong is dead, Hong Kong is doomed. And right now, we're actually also seeing some of these doomsayers coming back. And what do you think Hong Kong should do in response to that? And how in your experience for all those crises, how did we pull through? How did we stay strong?
Yeah, I mentioned fire prevention work, and that is absolutely necessary. I mean, you have to get yourself prepared for eventualities of events that is probably beyond your imagination. So that period of hard-working fire prevention work actually helped us in 1997 when the Asian financial crisis broke. It broke in Thailand and not Hong Kong. On the 2nd of July 1997, one day after the handover, it broke. But it was not because of Hong Kong, but because of, Thailand. Although later on in 1998, they focused on the Hong Kong dollar and we had to fight a battle. Now, I mean, we have to be prepared. Now, risk management, contingency planning, and all that is very much part of the DNA of the HKMA, and I hope you have inherited that DNA.
I've got it, don't worry.
And so, at this point of time, when we are facing very complex geopolitical developments, and the doomsayers are all coming back, etc., I hope you'll be in a position to handle that. Because I'm actually quite confident that we in the HKMA, having worked together for so long, have got the Hong Kong monetary and financial systems as robust as it really can be. I'm actually very confident about that. But of course, we are going through a scenario change that we have not seen in a century, right? I mean, President Xi mentioned this. The geopolitics involved is very complex. What is likely to happen? I don't know. Let's hope that the Vice Premier later this week going to Washington to meet up with Janet Yellen could produce something constructive. Because I don't really see the two largest economies in the world decoupling. And financial globalization has actually moved to a stage where you can't really step back. And the U.S. being the largest debtor nation in the world cannot really be imposing financial sanctions in such a big way on the largest creditor nation in the world. I mean, and so you have to be prepared. But the world is likely to change because the financial world, the global international monetary system could well, from now on, become rather more bifurcated. And Hong Kong is the right place to straddle the two sides. Right. So be prepared.
And I think the fact that we've got all the heavyweights in global finance gathering here in Hong Kong is a good validation of everybody's confidence in Hong Kong and probably in the Hong Kong MA as well. So I thought the credibility that you and Norman have built up over the years is really helping a lot in building the trust and confidence. Now, let me come to you, Norman. You took over in 2009, right after the global financial crisis, and you were involved a lot in the post-global financial crisis reforms, not just in Hong Kong, but globally. You were chairing the FSB Regulation Committee at the time. So how do you see global financial reforms coming to this stage? Is there more that you think that needs to be done, or is it really going on as you expected?
Well, thank you very much, Eddie, for having me at this fantastic conference. So many good friends, old friends that I've not met for a long time. I cannot think of a better way to celebrate our birthday, 30th birthday, through this fantastic conference. Really appreciate it. Now, to answer your question, let me first pay tribute to the very distinguished colleagues in the Financial Stability Board. I had the honor of serving on the board as a member for 10 years during my term as Chief Executive at HKMA, under the capable leadership of Mario Draghi and Mark Carney, who has left as chairman. I would say that compared to the time conditions of the global banking system back in 2007 and 2008, and after a lot of hard work, also thanks to the Basel Committee on Supervision, the Financial Stability Board has done a lot of good work, accomplished a great deal, although some of you may not like it, Basel III. I don't think this 80,000 pages of return is mandatory, at least not in Hong Kong, I hope, Eddie. But the banking system has become much more resilient. Of course, there will be work that is still in progress. The panelists talk about the potential risk of pushing all this credit creation to the non-bank financial sector. I mean, this is a situation which we, even back a few years ago, was aware of, acutely aware of. But that is a difficult area in which more work needs to be done. We have done a great deal of work on the insurance sector. Now, having said that, these efforts had not prevented the failure of one of the big GSIP, Credit Suisse, that some panelists talk about this morning. Is it about capital, or is it about liquidity, a concentration of customer base, or business model, as one panelist pointed out? I think there are lots of lessons to be learned. I think this is an area which the FSB should focus on. There's another area about why this hard-earned resolution regimes that we fought so hard to build was not triggered. Then there's a takeover, a hasty takeover, where there's a deal wanted by UBS, another matter, but it was hasty as a write-down of the additional Tier 1 capital while preserving some value of the shareholders of Credit Suisse in another contentious area that must be studied. But in terms of the work by the FSB or the international community, so I would just say point out two areas which I don't think have received sufficient attention. The first one is relating to the impact on the financial system. As a result of a very prolonged period of exceptionally low interest rate with abundant liquidity. When QE was first launched, and then it was extended, and people called it QE1, remember, and then QE2. Before you know it, it's QE3, and then QE forever. Although the Fed tried to indicate the threshold at which they would consider reversing or normalization, that trigger was dropped quickly. Remember the 6.5% unemployment rate as a threshold ushered by Chairman Bernanke? But people got used to it and somehow mistakenly felt that that's the normal. Because as long as inflation is kept under control, this can carry on. I think very few of us had expected the circumstances in which the inflation pressure picked up so sharply, because it's partly due to geopolitical tension, war in Ukraine, energy prices. But on the other hand, if we in the financial industry accept that this exceptionally low interest rate or zero interest rate and quantitative easing is not going to be sustainable, it's not going to stay there forever, then one should expect normalizations to take place. Except we don't know the timing, we don't know the circumstances in which it will happen. But it has happened. And the impact it on the balance sheet, we talk about Silicon Valley Bank, maybe many other banks' balance sheets have been badly damaged because of this investment in the bond securities. And also, I would say some pension funds, pension plans, they're under stress, like those in Japan, because rates have remained so low or even negative for such a long time. When interest rates should pick up, it hasn't really happened yet. That will have an impact. So I think more work needs to be done, I think, by the FSB on this interface or interaction between monetary policy and the financial system, financial stability. The second point which I want to talk about is something I hope it won't upset too many people. I don't think sufficient discussion has taken place on the impact of prolonged zero interest rates on the society. In other words, put another way, is the effect of causing a widening of the gap between the haves and have-nots. Quantitative easing accommodating monetary policy are designed to support economic activities. Through that, employment, no doubt about it. It was deployed during exceptional periods. We can understand that. But once you get used to it, you use it for too long, then it will have the intended effect of supporting or inflating asset prices. What does that mean? That means the rich people, the haves, who owns the bulk of the assets, would get benefits. They get richer. At the same time, the ordinary people, ordinary folks, would feel poorer because the assets become more and more expensive in Hong Kong. Young couple with decent education, maybe working for Blackstone is an exception, find it hard to have the down payment to buy a small flat, and the parents have to intervene and chip in. That's a common phenomenon, not just in Hong Kong overall. So some have argued, therefore, I find some validity in it, that this monetary policy is one of the factors leading of the increased support for populism, the fragmentations of the middle class, and that's an area I think worth further consideration and study.
Thank you. Let me turn to another area that you've taken Hong Kong MA really a long way through that spectrum, which is market development. You've led the development initiative on the Connect schemes, on the RMB market, FinTech, and then ESG initiative. And looking at it from now, you're more from the private sector's point of view. Are there areas that you think development may not be sufficient, that we should do a bit more? Are there areas that you think it should be refined or revised? So what's your take on that?
Okay, thanks. I would just echo what Vice Premier He and others have said. I cannot think of any other place than Hong Kong, which is better place in intermediating trade and financial flows into and out of China. You can use different terminology. It's a gateway, it's a conduit, it's a window. But to do that, one must build bridges, the conduit. And we have many Connect schemes, you have heard. We have the Stock Connect, first of all, 2014. And then we have Bond Connect. But this Connect scheme are very useful. It's incremental. It started from a limited scale, controlled manner, and then it's kind of matured. That's all very good. But I think now the world has changed. It's complexity in this paradigm shift that I think, in my view, we should speed up and expand the scope of these bridges. The Connect schemes, take for example the Greater Bay Area we just talked about. The Wealth Connect, the Wealth Management Connect is a great thing, but I think the scope is a bit too narrow. The amount, the maximum ceiling is also too low to make it user-friendly or attractive. So one should consider expanded it. Another way, I think I have advocated, I think so have Joseph, is that maybe we should take a bolder step in building a special bridge between Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area. Because the Greater Bay Area, although it's big, it's just part of China. Therefore, we can afford to have some pilot scheme to see how it goes. One simple thing that I think we should consider is to allow a freer move of capital between Hong Kong and the rest of the Greater Bay Area if the money is raised through, let's say, designated approved channels. The deployment of the latest blockchain technology, in my view, is able to ensure that the money that flow around Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area is quite big already, would not go beyond that on the other parts of China. And therefore, this can be used as a pilot to see how this would impact on the capital raising and economic activities in the Greater Bay Area.
Thank you, Norman. Let me just throw one last question to both Joseph and Norman. In your 30 years in the HKMA, you've got loads of memories about the HKMA, the work here, the colleagues, the teams, our friends and our partners. Is there one or two really fond moments of memory that, well, it doesn't have to be fond, it could be good or bad. Really lasting memories that you want to share with us through your 30 years here?
I can tell you many, many of these. For example, after the intervention in 1998, Alan Greenspan sort of came out and said, hey, you're doing this sort of thing, it's not really good for your credibility, you know, being a little critical. But after a couple of years, he came to Hong Kong for a BIS meeting and he pulled me aside and said, Joseph, perhaps you were right. Thank goodness. I mean, that was a vindication, all right? Another event. 2005, renminbi exchange rate reform. That was in July. You know what we did in May? 2 months before, we strengthened our system ahead of time, preempting any shock wave. That's the sort of thing. And 2008, you were there, all right? The triple bogey weekend of what? Merrill, Lehman, and AIG. We call it the triple bogey weekend. I was able to go to my secret room, open the safe, and pull out contingency plans to provide, if need, capital for the banking system, liquidity for the banks, and guarantee all deposits, right? So in the end, we use all that. Right. So to be able actually to do that is quite pleasing. But I can tell you something more. We moved to the 88th floor of 2IFC, and on one day I thought, wow, because there were fireworks going on the 1st of July or New Year, I thought watching fireworks on the 88th floor would be fun, wouldn't it? But try watching fireworks on top of the fireworks. It's all smoke coming out.
You can only see smoke.
That's one thing. Another thing is, you know, we have typhoons. These typhoons can be quite strong. So on one occasion when signal number 10 was on, I went back to the office, 88th floor, put myself near the window and feel the vibration. That's another, that's another thing that I can remember. That. You want to have funny moments, right? The last funny moment I would share with you is running up 88th floors for charity, and I did it within half an hour.
Yeah. I did not participate. It was hard. Try to think about it, running up 88 floors in half an hour. It was really tough. But the three moments that you talk about, the market intervention, I still remember reading Alan Greenspan's letter. I was the assistant to Joseph at the time, and it was a little sort of intimidating, I would say. The last bit about global financial crisis, I was also there. We really pull out the folders. You may not believe it, but we really got everything prepared. And we pull out the folders and just implement them. And the same goes with now. Contingency planning, be prepared is always in our blood. And we still have different folders, some in electronic forms now. We're still keeping it so that we are prepared. And Norman, your turn.
Well, I won't be too greedy. I just mentioned three moments, which, when I say memorable, means you can't forget. Maybe something horrible. The first one is to follow up on what Joseph talked about, the accounting arrangements in 1988. 1996, December the 9th, that was the day that would go live on the real-time gross settlement system in Hong Kong. In terms of IT development, is a big deal. It's one of the first. I mean, I think it's really the first in Asia. Fed was the leader, the pioneer, and then we were trying to learn from the Fed. So we have the RTGS. But the significant aspect, though, which we did not advertise at the time, Noah Quinn is gone anyway, I can talk about that, is actually formally to have the banks clearing through HKMA's book. RTGS is another sort of tech dimension that you can settle on gross basis, on real-time basis. Everybody does that now. But that was the first time we actually take over the book So all the banks in Hong Kong clear through HKMA. That was, but the thing is, before that, we tried so many, but there's still a few bugs left. We tried overnight to fix them. Except one, there's one bug that, Ed, you remember that? Yeah. We're trying so hard, and this didn't go away. It's about inquiry function, I'm bored of that. But then my advisors told me, if this one doesn't work, you don't have a fallback. There's no plan B. And I was asked, how much was the daily turnover? They said, not a lot. It's 300 billion in Hong Kong at the time. It's much bigger now. So that was a very challenging time. I didn't know why I was able to sleep that night. So December the 9th. And
we did it all in-house.
Yeah, we did it. We constructed that.
Yeah, but we have to give credit to HSBC helping us to revamp the software. But that was a great challenge. We passed through that. The other one was August 14, 1998, when we had to undertake this market intervention. It was unorthodox. It was have to be kept highly confidential. We could not consult widely, so just a few of us, the core. It's tremendous pressure. That was a day that I won't forget. The third one I'll mention quickly was 3 weeks after I took over from Joseph. That's the third week in October 2009. Because quantitative easing, talk about it, it looks like the Fed is going to keep that policy for much longer rather than a kind of emergency step. With Hong Kong economy going strong, right, we felt interest rate going to be low for a long time, and there's strong demand for housing, property markets. So we think this is going to have overheating. And I didn't want to repeat what we experienced in 1997, this bursting of a huge property bubble. So within a short time with, I think, Eddie, Arthur and others, we gathered together and quickly decided to launch tightening measure, but we give them a very eloquent label. It's called a mouthful, counter-cyclical macro-prudential measures. Now, it's a mouthful because I thought it's not just one of the tightening measure, like ad hoc response. It's kind of based on the principle that none of us will actually know when the bubble will be formed and burst, and therefore, when the market getting very, very, very hot, we would tighten underwriting standard a little bit, just a little bit, not to stifle the market or too strong. But as the market become even hotter, we would tighten a little bit. Little did I know we had to do how many? 9 rounds. That was because of this unexpected period of long zero interest rates. And therefore, funds keep on flowing to Hong Kong, in the Hong Kong dollar, and market become very buoyant. And I don't think I was a popular guy in town because I was hindering people's ability to buy properties. Every time I announce something, every round we raise the down payment requirement, people are not happy. But at the moment, I think we should thank ourselves, HMA, for this tightening, because the property sector, although it's going a downturn, the banking system, the financial system, the household position are in a very resilient condition and thereby able to withstand the shocks. So those are the 3 moments.
Right. I think the one moment that is shared among us is the 1998 market intervention. It really stays with us. It was 25 years ago already, and I still remember the shock that I had. I was the assistant to Joseph at the time, and I just came back from graduate school from the US for a week when Joseph walked into my office to say that, hey, tomorrow we're going to the market to buy stocks. And I went, are you crazy? I shouldn't say that to my boss, but I did say that. So that experience, that moment was something that one can remember for a long time. And with that, thank you very much, Joseph and Norman, for sharing with us your journey in the HKMA. And also with that, I would also like to thank you so much for coming all the way here, joining our birthday party, and having all these stimulating discussion for the whole morning, and for staying throughout at this summit. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day here. Thank you.